Chapter 1506. Jiang Chen released two powerful flames. However, the shock wasn't over yet. Just when the seventh prince's face turned ashen and everyone thought that Jiang Chen was going to use these two flames to concoct pills, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and spat out the third flame. A powerful sacred breath immediately pervaded the entire Dan prefecture. The third flame appeared. It was sacred and powerful. Jiang Chen deliberately concealed the qi of Qilin, making this flame even more mysterious. Under the sacred aura, no one could guess the origin of this flame. What? The third flame? Motherfucker! Is this bastard still human? My little heart can't take it anymore. What kind of flame is this? Heavens! What a divine smell! Its level is not any lower than the true thunderfire and the true dragonfire. Is this guy trying to defy the heavens? How did he do it? He's not human. This guy is an evildoer. A peerless evildoer. He's not human. This guy is a monster. A peerless monster. No one can fuse three kinds of flames, and they are all supreme flames. Each of these flames is the dream of alchemists. Countless high-level alchemists can't even get one in their lifetime. He actually fused three of them into one. How can he let people live? At this moment, no one dared to mock Jiang Chen anymore. All those who scolded Jiang Chen for being a fool had now shut up. If such an evildoer was a fool, then they were the biggest fools. Even if Jiang Chen couldn't concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill today, he had already earned enough face for Dan Prefecture. 3 types of flames, 3 types of flames. Is this kid here to be a joke? Dong Fangyu was also excited. Even with his temperament, he was actually trembling because it was too shocking. Dong Fangyu had seen everything. He had come into contact with countless powerful and abnormal alchemists in his life, but it was his first time encountering someone like Jiang Chen. The fusion of 3 types of supreme flames was a miracle in itself. It was something that was impossible to happen, but now it had really happened. Sigh. Shen Zhong shook his head and sighed. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. He had spent his entire life pursuing these 3 kinds of flames. If he had possessed any of these 3 flames, then he wouldn't have lost to the 7th prince. However, Shen Zhong wasn't jealous. He had a calm heart. He was even somewhat grateful to Jiang Chen. After all, because of him, Dan Prefecture, Genius Prefecture, and even the Empire had suffered a loss of face. If Jiang Chen could make up for this loss, he would feel much better. Elder Lu was completely speechless. Like Dong Fangyu, he was shocked out of his wits and trembled all over. Damn it! The 7th prince gritted his teeth. He was deeply jealous. Cold-killing intent was revealed in his eyes. He had secretly prepared himself to get rid of Jiang Chen if there was a chance in the future and obtain Jiang Chen's flames. It was hard for the 7th prince to imagine how terrifying his strength would be if he could get his hands on these 3 flames. Don't worry, Prince. This kid's cultivation base is too weak. No matter how many flames he has, it's impossible for him to successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. A young alchemist of Great Cloud Empire spoke. In the field, Jiang Chen began to move. Under his control, the 3 flames rapidly fused together. It was a perfect fusion. There was no sign of rejection between the 3 flames. After the fusion, the level of the flames became higher, at least surpassing the original level. To put it bluntly, the flame in Jiang Chen's hand was the most powerful flame in the heavens and earth. It was impossible to find a second flame that could be comparable to it. Seeing Jiang Chen finally starting to concoct the pill, many people became nervous. After all, just like what the alchemist said just now, there was still a gap in their cultivation base. No matter how many flames he had, he might not be able to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Under countless horrified gazes, Jiang Chen raised his finger and gently flicked at the dozens of herbs. All of them were thrown into the sea of fire. At the sight of such a scene, many people staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn! What the hell is this guy doing? How can he concoct pills like this? Doesn't he know that the attributes of these herbs are different? Does he have to extract the essence one by one? If he just threw all of them into the sea of fire, they will probably be wasted. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Even Master Dongfang wouldn't dare to do this. Does he really think that his soul control has already reached such a level? I've never seen such a fucking concoction technique. I'm beginning to doubt whether he actually knows how to concoct pills. If he doesn't, why did he come here to embarrass himself? If he doesn't, the 3 supreme flames will be wasted. Countless people had the urge to spurt out blood, but the experts who truly knew alchemy were shocked. Dongfeng Yu's eyes brightened up, as though they were about to spurt out light. He could feel the powerful soul force and incomparably precise control of Jiang Chen. Chi. Thunder and fire raged. More than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs were refined in an orderly manner in the sea of fire. The essence of each medicinal herb was extracted quickly. There was no sign of waste at all. Compared to the 7th Prince and Xianzhong's alchemy, the speed was much faster. In just 3 minutes, the essence of more than a dozen herbs had been completely extracted. Moreover, the extraction was perfect, without any waste. In 3 minutes, the people who said that Jiang Chen was funny could no longer speak. There were many experts present. Even if they were not alchemists, they had seen people concoct pills. However, this was the first time they had seen Jiang Chen's concoction technique. Impossible. How is this possible? The 7th Prince was agitated. It was as though someone had stepped on his tail. He was unwilling to believe such a fact. Although the step of extracting the essence was simple, it took him and Xianzhong a full hour. Compared to Jiang Chen's 3 minutes, it was on a completely different level. It could be said that there was no comparison at all. Heavens, how did he do it? He extracted the essence of more than a dozen kinds of elixirs in just a few minutes, and it looks like he didn't waste any of it. Such a shocking alchemy technique. I have never seen or heard of it before. Awesome. This is heaven-defying. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. We have really underestimated him just now. The first step can be completed so easily. It shows that his soul force is powerful and his control is extremely precise. I think the second step won't be a problem. If he succeeds in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it will be a miracle. Chapter 1507. Everyone was stimulated. Many alchemists on the scene, especially those geniuses of Dan Prefecture, were so shocked that they couldn't even close their eyes. To them, this wasn't just a miracle, but also a blow. They were all the best in the field of alchemy. They had high attainments in the Tao of alchemy and were proficient in all kinds of alchemy techniques. However, even Dongfeng Yu, who was at the doyen level, had never seen such an abnormal method of alchemy. Miracle. This kid is a miracle. Even if I study it for another 1,000 years, I still won't be able to achieve such a level of alchemy. Dongfeng Yu couldn't hide his astonishment. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he had seen all kinds of geniuses, but this was his first time seeing an abnormal person like Jiang Chen. Moreover, he felt like he was dreaming. Like everyone else, he was now full of expectations for Jiang Chen. He was looking forward to Jiang Chen successfully concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The scene suddenly became strangely quiet. All the ridicule and contempt from before had vanished. Countless eyes fell on Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation. At this moment, no one would look down on Jiang Chen anymore. Many disciples who treated Jiang Chen as a fool suddenly felt that they were the fools. Jiang Chen had slapped their faces with practical actions. The first step of refining and purification had ended. Next was the second step of fusion. This was also the most crucial step in alchemy. Although Jiang Chen possessed 3 powerful flames and had perfectly completed the first step of purification, this wasn't the only step in alchemy. Before the Holy Flame Emperor pill was completely concocted, any accidents might happen. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still weak. It was still unknown whether he could truly concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill or not. De Huang, do you think he can succeed? Yang Bufan looked over at De Huang Dog. He was incomparably excited because Jiang Chen's performance was too dazzling, completely beyond his expectation. Now, he was looking forward to Jiang Chen's success more than anyone else because he knew what Jiang Chen's success indicated. It indicated that Jiang Chen would become the hero of Dan Prefecture, Genius Prefecture, and even the entire empire. Moreover, with such a terrifying alchemy technique, Jiang Chen would surely be accepted by Dan Prefecture unconditionally. Once Jiang Chen entered Dan Prefecture, the strength of King Fan Prefecture would be elevated. Dan Prefecture was a very important department in Great Qian Empire. It had always been the target of all the young kings, but Dan Prefecture had its own pride. It wouldn't be used by anyone. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping wouldn't let Dongfeng Yu take a second look at them. However, Jiang Chen was different. Yang Bufan believed that as long as he entered Dan Prefecture, everything would change. Putting aside the strength of Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen alone was a huge asset. Such an incredible alchemist would be fought over by all the major powers. As long as he takes action, there's no possibility of failure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken action. De Huang Dog glanced at Yang Bufan and spoke with incomparable arrogance. No one knew better than him how terrifying Jiang Chen was, especially in the field of alchemy. In the field, Jiang Chen's soul power kept flowing like tidal waves, penetrating into every corner of the sea of fire. The essence of the dozens of herbs began to fuse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, it was fusing at the same time, not in pairs. Damn it! What kind of alchemy technique is this? If he can succeed in this, then this man is too terrifying. The seventh prince's face had become incomparably solemn. He no longer had the slightest contempt for Jiang Chen. It wasn't just him, every alchemist on the scene had fallen into a deep shock. They had never seen such an abnormal alchemy technique of Jiang Chen. Even the word shocking wasn't enough to describe it. The first step of purification was already very terrifying, but the most crucial second step, fusion, was actually so abnormal. One should know that for an ordinary alchemist, the first step of fusion was to fuse the essences of two herbs that were closer to each other, then gradually fuse them one by one until all of them were fused together. Only then would a pill be formed. Fusing the essences of dozens of different attributes like Jiang Chen was something they didn't even dare to think about. Each herb had its own fusion point. To fuse the fusion points of two herbs together at the same time already required a very precise control. To fuse more than a dozen different fusion points at the same time, it was simply unimaginable how precise the perception must be. Can such an alchemy technique really succeed? It's hard to say. This guy is a super abnormal person. He has the ability to extract the essences of dozens of herbs at the same time. Maybe he can fuse the essences of dozens of herbs at the same time. I think he has an 80% chance of success. If he really succeeds, that will be too terrifying. There's no one else in the entire Dan prefecture who has such a shocking alchemy technique. However, I still don't dare to believe that he can succeed. His cultivation base is only at the half-step Immortal King realm. Half-step Immortal King realm. Every step of Jiang Chen would cause countless exclamations. Even if they were already numb from the shock, they still couldn't control their emotions. The disciples outside of Dan prefecture only felt that Jiang Chen's alchemy technique was very good. Much better and more handsome than the seventh prince and Xianzhong. As for those alchemists, they had a different feeling. They were alchemists themselves, so they knew how terrifying such a technique was. Wang Wang. Under countless horrified gazes, a buzzing sound came from Jiang Chen's sea of fire. The speed at which the essences of dozens of herbs fused was very fast. In just a dozen minutes, the embryonic form of a pill had appeared. This pill had absorbed the essences of 3 types of flames, looking extremely gorgeous. If I add the 9 solar saint water into the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it can improve the quality of the pill, making the effect even better. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He took out some 9 solar saint water and quietly infused it into the pill. The pill was about to take shape. To Jiang Chen, this wasn't a difficult thing. The whole process was easy and casual. The pill is about to be formed. Jiang Chen is about to succeed. Damn it! He really succeeded. From the start till now, he only used 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Is this real? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. He successfully concocted the Holy Flame Emperor pill in 20 minutes. Moreover, he only has the cultivation base of a half-step Immortal King. Compared to him, the 7th Prince and Xianzhong are just too weak. Now, let's see what grade the pill will reach. I think 80% of the grade won't be low. At least, it won't be lower than the 6th grade. Perhaps it will be comparable to the 8th grade of the 7th Prince. If that's the case, it will be too powerful. The face that Dan Prefecture lost previously has been regained by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1508. No one could remain calm. In just a short period of 20 minutes, it had brought too much shock to them. Each shock was greater than the previous one. By now, they had already become numb to it. Looking at Jiang Chen's relaxed look, anyone could tell that Jiang Chen had succeeded. A half-step Immortal King had successfully concocted the legendary Holy Flame Emperor pill, creating a miracle. The scene quieted down once more. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the pill appeared. No matter what grade of Holy Flame Emperor pill Jiang Chen could concoct, it was no longer important. Even if Jiang Chen could only concoct a 5th grade pill, the 7th prince wouldn't mock him anymore. No matter how great an alchemist was, he had no right to mock Jiang Chen. Dragon transformation skill, great soul derivation technique and 3 kinds of terrifying flames had made pill concoction an incomparably simple and easy thing for Jiang Chen. He could even concoct the 9 yang less rond pill under such harsh conditions. What was this Holy Flame Emperor pill? Bang! Very soon, Jiang Chen let out a soft cry. A pill radiating reddish-golden light leaped out of the sea of fire. Immediately, the sea of fire vanished and was absorbed into Jiang Chen's body. Success! Jiang Chen had successfully concocted the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The reddish-red pill was fluttering in the sky, full of spirituality. On its surface, there was a flickering shadow of a dragon and lightning, making this pill extremely mystical. Countless gazes were directed at the pellet, and they could sense the purity and power of the pellet. Even if they weren't alchemists, they could sense how precious the pellet was. At the very least, judging from the surface, it was more miraculous than the pellets refined by the 7th prince and Xian Zhong. Swish! Seemingly attracted by the quality of the elixir, the elders of the Pill Palace rushed up at the same time and surrounded the elixir. Dongfang Yu was among them. Their eyes were about to spit out flames as they stared at the elixir without blinking. When they felt the grade of the elixir, their breathing became heavy. How is it? Why are they so excited? Even Palace Chief Dongfang is excited. Could it be that the pill concocted by Jiang Chen is of a higher grade than the 7th prince's? Could it be a 9th grade pill? Impossible. Even if it's Master Dongfang, he can only concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at best. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, it's impossible for him to concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Everyone was waiting for the result. Elder Lu stared at the medicinal pill that was constantly spinning in front of him. His voice trembled as he said, This is 10th grade? Elder Lu couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't even dare to say the words 10th grade, because he knew too well the meaning of these 2 words. All the elders looked at Dongfang Yu. As a matter of fact, given their eyesight, they had already seen the grade of the pill, but they didn't dare to believe it. So they had to wait for Dongfang Yu to confirm it. 10th grade. That's right. This is a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Plus, Jiang Chen seems to have added 9 solar holy water, making the grade of the pill even higher. This is the most perfect Holy Flame Emperor pill I have ever seen. This is a venerable grade pill, which has completely surpassed the Emperor grade. Miracle! Jiang Chen has created a miracle. This is concocted by a half-step immortal king. Haha. Dongfang Yu was extremely excited. The appearance of the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill made his mind go blank. He was glad that he had agreed to let Jiang Chen have a try. Otherwise, he would probably regret it to death. The moment the words 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill came out of Dongfang Yu's mouth, the entire Dan prefecture erupted in an instant. 10th grade pill. My God! It's actually a 10th grade pill. I've said 9th grade at the beginning, but I still underestimated it. This is too fucking terrifying. That's a 10th grade pill. Who in the world can concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in 20 minutes? Even Master Dongfang has to admit his inferiority. And Jiang Chen is merely a half-step immortal king. There's actually such a monstrous figure in the heavens and earth. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill has already reached the venerable grade, completely surpassing the Emperor grade. A half-step immortal king has concocted a venerable grade pill. Jiang Chen should be considered as a pioneer in the alchemy world. In the history of Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen's name is destined to appear. The Holy Flame Emperor pill will also be crowned by Jiang Chen's name and symbol. The people who were already numb from the shock initially thought that no matter what kind of miracle Jiang Chen created, they wouldn't be too surprised. But now the emergence of a 10th grade pill had successfully pushed the shock to a new peak, causing them to be shocked out of their wits. No, this is absolutely impossible. The 7th prince was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. He strode forward and came to the front of the pill. He was also stunned by the sight of the pill. He couldn't believe and accept such a reality, but as a powerful alchemist, the 7th prince was very clear that this was a 10th grade pill. A true 10th grade pill was countless times stronger than the one he concocted. This was the difference between Emperor grade and Venerable grade. The value of the pill was at least 10 times higher, or even more. Seventh prince, take a good look. Are you satisfied with this pill? Dongfeng Yu said. He had an extremely bright smile on his face. Compared to his previous bitter face, Dongfeng Yu was really proud and felt that he had gained a lot of face. Haha. The dignified 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire has lost to a half-step immortal King Outer Prefecture disciple. I wonder how does the 7th Prince feel right now? Why don't you share it out loud? Elder Lu laughed heartily. After saying these words he felt great. All the gloomy feelings he had previously were released. A 10th grade pill versus an 8th grade pill. Moreover, Jiang Chen's concoction technique could be considered as one of the best. This was an absolute suppression, causing the 7th Prince to suffer a crushing defeat. 7th Prince, hurry up and share it with us. Weren't you very powerful just now? Why are you so listless now? Didn't you claim to be invincible among the young generation? It turns out that the #1 alchemist of the young generation of Great Cloud Empire is only at this level. It's not even 1/10 of Jiang Chen's. Funny. Haha. Can't you find someone who can compete with Jiang Chen in the entire Great Cloud Empire? Jiang Chen is just a half-step immortal king. Jiang Chen is the #1 alchemist of the young generation. I wonder if the 7th Prince will admit it or not. If not, we can have another competition. The disciples of the Pill Palace chimed in one after another as they mocked and ridiculed the 7th Prince. They were so happy that all the gloominess from before had been released. Chapter 1509. The atmosphere had completely changed. The situation had been reversed. The arrogant 7th Prince and the people of Great Cloud Empire were now ashen-faced, itching to find a hole to hide in. Even though they were incomparably angry, they couldn't say a word, because there was nothing they could say. Just now, they were even more arrogant than the people of Dan Prefecture, but the other party didn't say anything. It's very disadvantageous for us to have such a peerless genius in Great Qian Empire, Yun Kanglin whispered to the 7th Prince. In any case, they had already lost their face, but it wasn't a good thing for Great Cloud Empire to have such a genius like Jiang Chen in Great Qian Empire. I will kill him sooner or later. The 7th Prince swore inwardly. He had many reasons to kill Jiang Chen. Putting aside the fact that the flame on Jiang Chen's body had a fatal attraction to him, Jiang Chen's performance alone had given him enough reasons to get rid of him. This was the first time he saw someone concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Moreover, it was concocted by a half-step immortal king. This was something that he couldn't even imagine even in his dreams. He could see that it was absolutely not a coincidence that Jiang Chen could concoct a 10th grade pill. That kind of heaven-defying concoction technique and the 3 supreme flames all indicated that Jiang Chen had real capabilities. The 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't a fluke. Even if Jiang Chen was allowed to refine it again, he would still be able to concoct a 10th grade pill. The existence of such a genius in Great Qian Empire was a potential threat to them. The dignified 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire has been defeated by a nobody like me. I wonder if the 7th Prince is convinced of this? If not, we can compete again. I will accompany the 7th Prince to the end of whatever pill you want to concoct. Jiang Chen came to the front of the 7th Prince and issued a provocation. He knew that everyone in Genius Prefecture was in a state of excitement. Seeing the expression of the 7th Prince and the others, who looked like they couldn't take a shit, made everyone feel incomparably happy. After all, the 7th Prince was too arrogant just now, which had aroused the disgust of everyone, especially the people of Dan Prefecture. Since they were happy, then Jiang Chen would make them even happier. The 7th Prince came prepared to embarrass the Pill Palace. Since that was the case, then Jiang Chen would make the 7th Prince lose all his face. Humph. The 7th Prince harumphed coldly, his eyes glaring at Jiang Chen as if he was going to eat him alive. He had the impulse to kill Jiang Chen. At such a close distance, he had enough confidence to pinch a half-step immortal king to death, but his remaining rationality stopped him from doing so. He knew his situation very well. After all, this was the Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. If he really killed someone here, he would surely die here today. Even with an expert like Yun Kanglin following him, he still wouldn't be able to reach his destination. Humph? What do you mean? If you're not convinced, then fight again. Or has the 7th Prince been scared silly by me and doesn't dare to fight anymore? Jiang Chen spoke in a strange tone. He had never been a kind person. Today, No matter what, he would make the 7th prince lose all his face and leave with his tail between his legs. Haha. Scared? The 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire is known as the #1 alchemist of the young generation of the empire. I have never thought that there would be a time when he is scared. That's for sure. This shows that the 7th prince is very self-aware. He knows that he's no match for Jiang Chen. No matter how they compete, he's bound to lose. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to challenge Jiang Chen either, because that's not just his own face, but the face of the entire empire. That's for sure. Let's not talk anymore. If the 7th prince commits suicide out of shame, we won't be able to explain it to him. Jiang Chen's alchemy skills are world-shaking. Not everyone dares to fight him. That's right. The people of Dan Prefecture usually looked aloof and didn't like to talk, but no one had expected that they would be so vicious at the critical moment. Every word of these humiliating words was like a steel needle stabbing into the 7th prince's heart. The 7th prince was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. He almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it was in the past, if someone dared to provoke him like this, he would certainly stand up and fight with the opponent. But now, despite his anger, he shouldn't continue to accept Jiang Chen's challenge. As the saying went, one could tell at a glance whether one was an expert or not. As an expert alchemist, the 7th prince knew that he was absolutely no match for Jiang Chen just by looking at Jiang Chen's alchemy skills. No matter how they fought, the outcome would be the same. Even if he was unwilling, he had to accept the fact that he was defeated by a half-step immortal king. 7th prince, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then hurry up and leave. Is staying here to continue to be humiliated a different kind of enjoyment? Jiang Chen completely ignored the 7th prince's anger and continued to speak impolitely. Be starred. No matter how good the 7th prince's self-restraint was, he was now infuriated. A powerful qi surged out of his body. He didn't conceal his killing intent towards Jiang Chen at all. Humph. Yun Zhangshao, do you dare to fight in Genius Prefecture? I'm here to fight you. A powerful qi rose all of a sudden. Yang Bufan had made his move. He appeared beside Jiang Chen like a ghost. He was worried about Jiang Chen's safety. Although he didn't know alchemy, he would absolutely accompany Jiang Chen to the end if Jiang Chen wanted to fight. If the 7th prince wants to fight today, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to walk out of here. Dongfang Yulunglung spoke. His mood was very high now. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was as though he was looking at a treasure. This was a rare treasure. With such a talent in Dan Prefecture, there was no need to worry that Dan Prefecture wouldn't rise. Whoever dared to attack Jiang Chen at this time, he would be the first one to object. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Yun Kanglin hastily stood out. 7th prince, today's situation has exceeded our expectation. Let's retreat. There will be a chance for revenge in the future. Yun Kanglin spoke. He was afraid that the 7th prince was too young and impetuous. Once he attacked, the nature of the situation would change completely. At that time, he was afraid that just like what Dongfang Yu said, none of them would be able to escape. Humph. Jiang Chen, just you wait. I'll remember today's matter. The 7th prince harumphed coldly, uttered a harsh word at Jiang Chen, then left with the people of Great Cloud Empire. This group of people had come in high spirits, but now, they had to leave with their tails between their legs. All of their plans had been disrupted by Jiang Chen alone. It was imaginable how angry they were feeling right now. 7th prince, remember this clearly. The feeling of being remembered by others isn't bad. Jiang Chen's words came from behind. The 7th prince staggered and nearly fell from the sky. Chapter 15:10. Haha. The 7th prince had disappeared. After returning this time, he would probably be bedridden for a month. He had lost a lot of face this time. Initially, he had a plan to humiliate Great Qian Empire. Given the 7th prince's means, he had already defeated Xian Zhong. His goal was about to be achieved, but who would have thought that a half-step immortal king like Jiang Chen would appear and defeat the 7th prince, leaving him with a swollen nose and a swollen face, and was even scolded in public. It could be said that he had lost his face all the way to his grandmother's house. It could be said that he had lost all his face. Moreover, after this matter was spread out, the 7th prince would become the laughingstock of the entire Great Cloud Empire. One should know that Great Cloud Empire, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in Eastern Xuanyu. the competition between the princes was equally fierce. The seventh prince originally wanted to use this opportunity to boost his popularity and status in Great Cloud Empire, but he didn't expect that it would backfire on him. Therefore, the person that the seventh prince hated the most was Jiang Chen. He had never hated someone so much before. If he was given the chance, he would certainly shred Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces without showing any mercy. That's right. The atmosphere in Dan Prefecture had completely changed. Whether it was the disciples of Dan Prefecture or Genius Prefecture, all of them were in high spirits. It was a psychological sense of superiority. From Dongfang Yu to the ordinary Outer Prefecture disciples, everyone had a great sense of superiority, because Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire had been fighting each other for so many years. Both sides wanted to suppress the other. Although today's victory couldn't be said to be elated, it could be considered as a great victory. And the hero of this great victory was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. The way everyone looked at Jiang Chen had changed. There were envy, jealousy, worship and all kinds of complicated emotions. But everyone knew that after today's incident, Jiang Chen had become completely famous in the entire Genius Prefecture. Brat, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Even I don't know about you. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his face full of arrogance. Although the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't concocted by him, Jiang Chen was after all a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Plus, everyone in Genius Prefecture knew that Jiang Chen was a peerless genius that was unearthed by him. Jiang Chen. Dongfang Yu called out and walked to Jiang Chen with a group of elders of Dan Prefecture. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the way these people looked at him was completely different from before. Each of their eyes was filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen could understand this kind of gratitude very well. If it wasn't for him today, Dan Prefecture would have lost a lot of face, which would have a tremendous impact on the reputation of Dan Prefecture in the future. Elder Lu had a smile on his face. This kind of smile had never disappeared since the day Jiang Chen concocted the 10th grade pill. There was no longer any contempt for Jiang Chen. When he recalled Jiang Chen's concoction technique, even an intermediate immortal emperor like him had to prostrate himself in admiration. Master. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Jiang Chen, you have made a great contribution today. Plus, your concoction technique is so shocking that even I have never seen it before. I would like to invite you to join Dan Prefecture. I wonder if you are willing to accept it? Dongfang Yu asked with a smile. He purposely used the word invite, which was enough to show how much he valued and cared about Jiang Chen. Amazing. Master Dongfang has even invited him directly. This is considered an exception. The assessment of Dan Prefecture is coming soon. Dan Prefecture will only recruit one disciple at a time, but the disciples who want to join Dan Prefecture have to go through a very strict assessment. It's really the first time for someone like Jiang Chen to be directly invited by Master Dongfang. That's for sure. Senior brother Jiang Chen is qualified to do so. Putting aside the others, just the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill alone, who in the entire Dan Prefecture can concoct it? Even Master Dongfang has said that he could only concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill if he tried his best. If it's me, I will also directly invite such a peerless genius. That's right. Today, Jiang Chen has made a great contribution to Genius Prefecture and severely damaged the 7th prince's face. It's expected that he would be invited to Dan Prefecture. Not only that, I guess Master Dongfang will also give him a great reward. Many disciples were envious. Jiang Chen was the first person to be personally invited by Dongfang Yu, but no one felt that this was abnormal. Being invited was based on one's strength. Obviously, Jiang Chen had great strength as his foundation. Yu Hao and Yang Ji's faces turned ashen and incomparably unsightly. They had been in seclusion for a long time just for the assessment of Dan Prefecture. They had never thought that it would end up like this. They were very clear about the rules of Dan Prefecture. They would only recruit one disciple every time. Now that Jiang Chen had been invited, there was nothing left for them to do. This was really depressing. One should know that in the past, even if they failed in the end, they would at least be tested. But now, there wasn't even a test. This made them hate Jiang Chen even more even though they were already enemies. Little Chenzi, you are awesome. You are the first disciple in the history of Dan Prefecture to be personally invited by Master. This is a great honor. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Now that Jiang Chen had joined Dan Prefecture, The power of King Fan Prefecture was destined to grow bigger and bigger. All right. I, Jiang Chen, am willing to join Dan Prefecture and serve the empire. Jiang Chen clasped his fists and spoke in a clear voice. He had seen the resources of Dan Prefecture very clearly. Such favorable cultivation conditions were exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. Haha. Jiang Chen, I hope you won't take it to heart if I have offended you with my words. I, Old Lu, am an upright man. Your alchemy skill is astounding and I admire it very much. In the future, we will be on the same side. We can exchange pointers in alchemy when we have nothing to do. Elder Lu laughed heartily. Elder Lu laughed heartily. Such a scene looked very discordant. A dignified alchemy master, a supreme intermediate immortal emperor, was being so polite to a half-step immortal king, and even said that he wanted to exchange pointers with this half-step immortal king. This was something that should never happen, but when it came out from Elder Lu's mouth, it didn't feel strange at all. No one felt that this was degrading himself. Putting aside his cultivation base, Jiang Chen was absolutely a grandmaster in alchemy. Even in Dan Prefecture where experts were as numerous as the clouds, he would still be an expert. What are you talking about, Elder Lu? This disciple will still need Elder Lu's guidance in the future. Chapter 15:11. Elder Lu nodded secretly. His impression of Jiang Chen had changed dramatically in an instant. Jiang Chen was now very pleasing to the eye. A peerless genius like Jiang Chen was generally aloof and wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. If it was someone else who could concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at such a young age, that person might not even care about Elder Lu. However, Jiang Chen behaved very humbly and showed great respect to Elder Lu, which was very rare. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang. If it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't be able to raise my head in Genius Prefecture in the future. I, Shen Zhong, still have to thank you. Shen Zhong said with a smile. It could be seen that he was a very upright person who wouldn't beat around the bush. His gratitude to Jiang Chen came from the bottom of his heart. He was very clear about today's situation. After his failure, the entire Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture had been ridiculed by the 7th Prince and Great Cloud Empire. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely action to save his face, even if Dongfang Yu and the fellow disciples of Dan Prefecture didn't blame him, he wouldn't be able to get over it. Therefore, he was sincerely grateful to Jiang Chen. What are you talking about, senior brother Shen Zhong? Your alchemy skill isn't inferior to the 7th Prince at all. He obviously came prepared and had a good understanding of the people of Dan Prefecture in advance. That's why he challenged you to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which has an extremely harsh requirement on the flame. Therefore, senior brother Shen Zhong doesn't need to take today's matter to heart. Jiang Chen said with a smile. These words weren't entirely to comfort Shen Zhong. What he said was also the truth. He had seen the competition between Shen Zhong and the 7th Prince clearly. In terms of alchemy, Shen Zhong didn't lose at all. He lost because of the flame. Master, since you have invited Jiang Chen, what about the assessment that will take place a few days later? Elder Lu suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but ask. This was the first time such a situation had happened in the Pill Palace. Because the standards set by Dongfang Yu were very strict, every time a disciple was selected, they had to pass a strict assessment. Even if they were a member of the royal family, they couldn't rely on their connections to get in through the back door because Dongfang Yu didn't care at all. The Pill Palace would never accept those who couldn't pass his standards. The rules can't be changed. This test will be cancelled, but the next test can be set for a month later. Dongfang Yu said coldly. His voice wasn't soft and directly spread out. At this moment, the people of Genius Prefecture were everywhere in Dan Prefecture. It was hard not to hear it. Dongfang Yu had a dignified look on his face. In the Pill Palace, he was the absolute authority. His words were everything. Nothing could challenge Dongfang Yu's authority. As soon as this was said, many disciples revealed looks of disappointment on their faces. Especially Yu Hao and Yang Ji. They were already extremely nervous to begin with. Now that they heard this news, they rolled their eyes and almost fainted. For this examination, they had already made ample preparations. Who would have thought that something like this would happen just as the examination was about to begin? That damn Jiang Chen. Yu Hao couldn't help but curse. In his point of view, all of this was because of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he believed that he would definitely be able to enter Dan Prefecture with his own ability. Jiang Chen is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. It seems like I have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will be a great threat to King Ping in the future. Yang Ji's eyes flickered with cold light. His killing intent towards Jiang Chen had already been unconsciously revealed. Senior brother Yang Ji, I think this is a good thing. After all, the assessment has only been delayed for a month. It's not really cancelled. Senior brother can make more preparations in this 1 month's time. Besides, if Jiang Chen doesn't take action today, he will be the biggest threat. A disciple of King Ping Prefecture spoke. Yang Ji couldn't help but nod his head. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's alchemy skill was far above his. If it wasn't for the 7th prince, he would definitely encounter Jiang Chen in the assessment of Dan Prefecture a few days later. At that time, with Jiang Chen as a stumbling block, he might not be able to enter Dan Prefecture successfully. Now that Jiang Chen had directly entered Dan Prefecture, there would be one less powerful competitor in the assessment a month later. This was indeed a good thing. After announcing the postponement of the assessment, Dongfang Yu's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. A smile emerged on his face. He was holding the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill that Jiang Chen had just concocted. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of desire. Although he had concealed it very well, Jiang Chen still caught it accurately. However, Jiang Chen also expressed his understanding. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was after all a venerable grade pill. Such a pill was of vital importance to Dongfang Yu. Currently, Dongfang Yu's cultivation base was at the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. If he could get a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he might be able to make a breakthrough and reach the half-step immortal venerable realm. Jiang Chen, you have made a great contribution to Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture today. I want to reward you. Since you have concocted this pill, I will give it to you as a reward, Dongfang Yu said and handed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Jiang Chen. Dongfang Yu said, then passed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Jiang Chen. Although he really wanted to get the Holy Flame Emperor pill, this pill was still given to Jiang Chen as a reward. From this point alone, Dongfang Yu's temperament had already reached a level that ordinary people couldn't reach. Hua! Such a precious reward immediately caused an uproar. Everyone knew the value of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill had already reached the venerable grade, and it wouldn't be any weaker among the venerable grade pills. Such a pill couldn't be seen normally. Now that this pill was given to Jiang Chen, it was truly a great reward. It's really enviable. Some people clicked their tongues. Although they were envious, that was all. No one said anything. Of course, the reward was generous, but everyone thought that Jiang Chen deserved it. After all, this pill was concocted by Jiang Chen. Thank you, Master. Jiang Chen immediately received the pill. He wasn't a pretentious person. He knew the preciousness of this pill better than anyone else. If he obtained it, his cultivation base would make another breakthrough, rushing straight to the early immortal king realm. Although he knew how to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it was impossible for him to get the required herbs. In other words, if it wasn't for Dan Prefecture providing him with the herbs, he wouldn't be able to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill no matter how amazing he was. Good. Jiang Chen, from now on, you are a disciple of Dan Prefecture. You can enter Dan Prefecture to cultivate and have your own independent cultivation place. Chapter 15-12. In Dan Prefecture, Dongfang Yu was the controller and the one who gave the orders. He was responsible for setting the rules of the assessment, but he would never come forward to observe the assessment of the disciples. Jiang Chen had made an exception. From the time he personally invited Jiang Chen to enter Dan Prefecture to the time he announced that Jiang Chen would become a member of Dan Prefecture, this was the first time. This should have been unexpected, but now, no one felt the slightest bit surprised, because they knew very well that this was what Jiang Chen deserved. Today, Jiang Chen's contribution was enough to be recorded in the history of Dan Prefecture. Yes, Master. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He had never thought of using this method to enter Dan Prefecture, but it was obvious that this method was many times better than directly passing the assessment. It had directly established his position in Dan Prefecture. Most importantly, he had obtained a supreme grade pill like the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Jiang Chen still had to thank the 7th prince. If it wasn't for the 7th prince, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. In order to join Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen had to pass the assessment a few days later. Elder Lu, arrange a place for Jiang Chen to stay and cultivate. The others are dismissed. Dong Feng Yu made the arrangement to Elder Lu, then looked around and waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to leave. Dan Prefecture wasn't a place that anyone could visit. Today, it was because of the 7th prince's provocation that a precedent had been set. Dong Feng Yu vanished with a slight sway. At his level, he could come and go as he pleased. As a late immortal emperor, his control of spatial force had already reached an incomparably skilled level. The excitement was over. The disciples of Outer Prefecture and Inner Prefecture began to leave Dan Prefecture in an orderly manner. They left in groups of 3 to 5. They didn't forget to discuss on the way. It could be seen that what happened today wouldn't be peaceful for many days. Additionally, this matter would spread to the entire empire and East Xuanyu, because this was something that could bring shame to Great Cloud Empire. Naturally, Great Qian Empire wouldn't miss this opportunity to strike their opponent's morale. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Jiang Chen's name to spread across the entire Eastern Profound Domain. He would become a real celebrity. A young alchemist with great talent was supposed to have a great reputation. Little Chenzi, you are going to be famous this time, but your current situation has aroused the jealousy of many people. Whether it's Genius Prefecture, Great Qian Empire or the entire East Xuanyu, there are competitions everywhere. So you have to be careful. Of course, Dan Prefecture is the safest place for you. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. He could see the value and potential of Jiang Chen. Such a genius was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. Similarly, Yang Bufan felt very comfortable to see his brother grow so fast. Don't worry. There have always been many people who want to kill me, but I'm still alive and well. Jiang Chen smiled. These words weren't false at all. There had always been too many people who wanted to kill him, but all of them had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. All right. I'll take my leave first. Find me if you need anything. Yang Bufan turned and left. Dan Prefecture was an important place of Genius Prefecture. Even with his identity as King Fan, he couldn't stay here for too long. Everyone had left. The Dan Palace seemed to have become a sealed space. Everywhere was quiet. This place was filled with the fragrance of medicine and the dense immortal energy of heaven and earth. It was really suitable for cultivation. Even a pig would be able to achieve a certain level of success if it were to cultivate here. Jiang Chen, this old man will now bring you to the place where you live and cultivate. Elder Lu's face was full of smiles. Thank you, Jiang Chen said. Along the way, Elder Lu kept introducing the situation of Dan Prefecture to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen listened with a smile while pulling De Huang Dog's ear. This guy's eyes were shining in all directions. His face was filled with greed as he stared at those spiritual herbs with saliva spurting out from his mouth. His behavior was really unbearable. One had to admit that the treatment of the disciples of Dan Prefecture was really good. Every disciple of Dan Prefecture had their own cultivation place and independent courtyard. Each courtyard was connected to the spiritual vein of Genius Prefecture to ensure the supply of cultivation resources. Of course, although there were only a few disciples in Dan Prefecture, every one of them was an expert. Apart from their superb alchemy skills, their cultivation base was at least at the half-step immortal emperor realm. Very soon, under the lead of Elder Lu, Jiang Chen arrived at his cultivation place. This was also a secluded and unique courtyard. On the surface, it looked similar to the Outer Prefecture, but in fact, it was much worse. The heaven and earth immortal qi here was much denser than the Outer Prefecture. Moreover, there were a lot of spiritual herbs planted in the courtyard. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just this courtyard. Every place in the entire Dan Prefecture had spiritual herbs. Every inch of land here was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. There were dozens of kinds of spiritual herbs in the courtyard where Jiang Chen stayed. Some of them had just been planted not long ago while some had already grown for some years. Jiang Chen, you can distribute these spiritual herbs as you wish. Every disciple who enters Dan Prefecture will have their own spiritual herbs that they can use for concocting pills. Elder Lu pointed to an herb garden and said. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He felt that the treatment of Dan Prefecture was too good. He even had his own herb garden. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that this herb garden alone was priceless. If he sold all the spiritual herbs here, he would certainly get a huge amount of wealth. Of course, Only an idiot would sell the spiritual herbs here. Which disciple of Dan Prefecture lacked money? However, Jiang Chen was indeed short of money. He was afraid that he wouldn't have enough immortal meta stones after advancing to the Immortal King realm. At that time, he would have to think about how to get more immortal meta stones. The dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit. He didn't know when it would be filled. The treatment of Dan Prefecture is really good. Jiang Chen praised sincerely. That's for sure. Our Dan Prefecture is the final department of the Qian Empire. We control the herbs and pills of the entire empire. Don't you think it's amazing? Our people help the empire to nurture outstanding alchemists at all costs. Elder Lu smiled and said, "All right, Jiang Chen, this old man won't disturb you any longer. You can rest now and familiarize yourself with the environment here. In the future, this old man will personally visit you and discuss alchemy with you." Chapter 15-13. After Elder Lu left, only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were left in the quiet courtyard. De Huang Dog suddenly broke free from Jiang Chen and pounced towards the herb garden like a dog eating shit. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, in the blink of an eye, half of the elixirs in the herb garden were swallowed into his mouth, and he started stuffing his mouth with food. Fuck. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He had an urge to vomit blood on the spot. This damned dog was really too fucked up. He didn't know how much wealth he had swallowed in one gulp. It was really distressing. Hee, little Chenzi, you can't eat those elixirs from before. Now, all these elixirs belong to us. If you don't eat them, why are you keeping them? De Huang Dog laughed mischievously. He turned around and pounced towards the remaining half of the elixirs. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He pounced forward and grabbed De Huang Dog's tail, pulling him out of the herb garden. Damned dog, what do you mean it belongs to us? Those are mine. You've already eaten half of them, and you still won't stop? Jiang Chen had an urge to beat this dog up. He had to teach him a lesson and let him know that these elixirs weren't eaten for nothing. Even though Jiang Chen tried to stop him in every possible way, the remaining half of the elixirs still couldn't escape the fate of being eaten by the vicious dog. After eating it, De Huang Dog smacked his lips and ran into his room to cultivate in seclusion. This guy had obtained great benefits. He was probably going to level up again. This dog was extremely mystical and terrifying. Leveling up could never be estimated with common sense, because you would never know when he would level up. Looking at the herb garden that was only left with the seedlings of the elixirs, Jiang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. The wealth that he had just obtained was gone just like that. Gone. AI. Jiang Chen sighed, but immediately chuckled. The elixirs were gone, but they weren't wasted after all. As long as they could improve the strength of De Huang Dog, it was worth it no matter how many elixirs were eaten. Plus, when De Huang Dog was eating the elixirs, Jiang Chen didn't intentionally stop him. Otherwise, given Jiang Chen's ability, De Huang Dog wouldn't even be able to eat a single strand of hair. Jiang Chen casually struck out a gust of wind, closing the gate of Jiang Chen's courtyard. Then he took out the Holy Flame Emperor pill and revealed a smile. This is the biggest harvest of coming to Dan Prefecture. After refining this pill, I will be able to break through to the early Immortal King realm and completely stabilize my cultivation base at the peak of the early Immortal King realm. To Jiang Chen, the Holy Flame Emperor pill was just too important and timely. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Even if Jiang Chen had the ability to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it would still be useless if he didn't have the ingredients. If Jiang Chen were to search for those elixirs, God knows when he would be able to find them. Now that these elixirs were directly provided by Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen could easily concoct them. Jiang Chen struck out a ray of light, forming a restriction, sealing the entire courtyard. He was preparing to break through to the Immortal King realm. De Huang Dog was very likely to advance to the Immortal King realm as well. At that time, it would certainly cause a great commotion. In order not to cause any commotion, Jiang Chen simply sealed the courtyard. At that time, no matter how big the commotion was, it wouldn't be spread out. Jiang Chen didn't enter the room. He casually found a large blue stone and sat down. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If it was an ordinary Immortal King who wanted to refine a venerable grade pill, they would need at least a month to completely refine it. Not only that, they had to refine it bit by bit because they didn't have the strength to refine a venerable grade pill. For someone like Jiang Chen who directly swallowed the pill, The final outcome would be the explosion of the energy contained in the pill, causing his body to explode. Across the entire world, perhaps only Jiang Chen dared to do this because he was just too monstrous. The dragon transformation skill was already incomparably monstrous. In addition to that powerful physique of Jiang Chen, it was enough for him to withstand the endless impact of energy. Hong. The moment the Holy Flame Emperor pill entered his body, its medicinal power overflowed in all directions like tidewater, rushing towards every part of Jiang Chen's body. The energy was blazing and huge, like a boundless ocean. Despite how monstrous Jiang Chen was, under the impact of such energy, he couldn't help but let out a moan. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi was 1,098,000. He only needed 2,000 more dragon marks to directly break through to the Immortal King realm. At this moment, under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense rapidly in his Qi. In just a blink of an eye, 2,000 dragon marks had been completely formed. So fast. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. He hastily took out a large amount of immortal meta stones from the Zulong Tower. These immortal meta stones were prepared beforehand. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Immortal King realm. The effect of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was very great. Apart from the huge amount of medicinal power and energy it contained, it could also stimulate one's potential and strengthen one's physique. Jiang Chen's physique was already very strong. Now that he had been baptized by the Holy Flame Emperor pill, his physique became even more tyrannical. In other words, if Jiang Chen relied on the Holy Flame Emperor pill to advance, no matter what realm he reached, there wouldn't be any problem at all. It wouldn't affect his foundation. Therefore, he didn't need to worry at all and could advance boldly. Hong. An enormous qi suddenly rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. This was the movement of advancing to the Immortal King realm. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen sealing the entire courtyard with a restriction, such a movement alone would have alarmed the entire Dan prefecture. 2 rays of bright light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. The power of an Immortal King burst out completely. From half-step Immortal King to true Immortal King, that was a qualitative sublimation. The true Immortal King Jiang Chen was countless times stronger than before. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 1 million. Very quickly, his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the early Immortal King realm. However, the energy and medicinal power of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was still incomparably huge. In addition to the accumulated medicinal power of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, the impact of the sudden eruption was unimaginable. Therefore, after his cultivation base broke through to the Immortal King realm, the condensation of dragon marks in his Qi didn't stop. Instead, it became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 30,000. In just a few short minutes, more than 30,000 dragon marks had been condensed in his Qi, but there was still no sign of it stopping. By this time, however, Jiang Chen could already feel that his Qi had expanded a little. Jiang Chen wasn't a greedy person, so he immediately stopped. As for the remaining medicinal power, it was perfectly stored in Jiang Chen's body, stored in his limbs and bones. In the future, he could extract it and refine it at any time. Hu! Jiang Chen exhaled a breath. His qi began to stabilize. At this time, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 13 million. His cultivation base had been completely stabilized. There were still 20,000 dragon marks left to reach the intermediate Immortal King realm. This was Jiang Chen's next goal. Chapter 15-14. 1. 13 million dragon marks. How powerful was that? Although Jiang Chen had retracted his qi, his black hair was still fluttering even though there was no wind. His eyes were glinting with golden light, which gave him an incomparably mystical look. Every move he made was filled with a domineering aura. That was the domineering qi of an innate king. When he didn't move, he was like a mountain, but when he moved, he was like a god of war. The current Jiang Chen's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to before. Given his current cultivation base, he could instantly kill a late Immortal King genius like Fu Wei even if he didn't use his dragon form. If he used his dragon form, he could even kill a half-step Immortal Emperor expert. And this was based on the fact that he was a genius. It would be even easier for him to kill half of the cultivators. In his dragon form, Jiang Chen was already strong enough to fight an early Immortal Emperor. Of course, it was still impossible for him to kill an early Immortal Emperor. After all, there was a huge gap between an immortal emperor and an immortal king. In any case, Jiang Chen's combat strength had already stepped into the ranks of the immortal emperor realm. Although Jiang Chen was an early immortal king expert, his combat strength had already stepped into the ranks of immortal emperors. After tidying up his clothes, Jiang Chen stood up from the big green rock. From the moment he refined the Holy Flame Emperor pill to the moment he advanced to the early immortal king realm, Jiang Chen had only used less than half an hour. If such a terrifying advancement speed was spread out, countless people would be scared to death. Furthermore, Jiang Chen hadn't completely refined and absorbed all the medicinal strength in his body. There was still a part of it that he had stored, which could be used at any time. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the room, and found that it was extremely quiet. It looked like Big Yellow was still in secluded cultivation. This guy had eaten so many herbs in one go, and he would definitely need some time to digest them. Furthermore, Big Yellow's way of digesting and absorbing the herbs was very abnormal. He would sleep. This was the only one in the entire world who had such an incredible ability. Voila! Jiang Chen waved his hand and removed the restriction in the sky. The courtyard returned to its tranquility once again. Accompanied by the tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard, Jiang Chen's heart also seemed to have calmed down. He raised his head to look at the full moon in the sky and suddenly discovered that the moon tonight was really very round. Jiang Chen leaped up and arrived on the roof. He lazily sat down and raised his head to look at the night sky. The night sky here was very beautiful. It was the most beautiful that Jiang Chen had ever seen. The full moon and the stars painted an incomparably resplendent picture in the starry sky. Gradually, Jiang Chen's heart also calmed down. When a person calmed down, he couldn't help but think about some things, think about some people. Looking at the moon and thinking about his hometown, Jiang Chen somewhat missed his family. "Father, ninth brother, how are you?" Jiang Chen murmured. Sometimes, the yearning only lasted for a moment. When that moment of emotion came, it was a kind of uncontrollable emotion. It was just like at this moment, the full moon and the stars in the sky had evoked Jiang Chen's past. The yearning was like a tidal wave that surged into his heart. Yearning, for Jiang Chen, was a kind of happy feeling. In his previous life, he was alone and had never known what it meant to yearn for someone. Now that he had been reborn, he had everything. He was a real person with flesh and blood. There were many people that he needed to yearn for. Jiang Zhenhai, the most important person in his life, his only family. Jiang Chen recalled all the bits and pieces of the fragrant sky city. He thought about the battle with the Murong family, the Red City, the Misty Rain Tower, and his opponent, the Li family. There were too many things that had happened in the past. Many of them had already turned into dust and smoke. In Red City, Jiang Chen had De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu, the two most important people in his life. Leaving Red City, crossing Origin Mountain, Jiang Chen came to the Qi province and met his mortal enemies, the northern and southern dynasties. All the bits and pieces were like fragments that kept circulating in Jiang Chen's mind. Then they were put together. This was his life, a legend. There were many people that Jiang Chen could think of. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, Nangong Wentian, Wu Lang. There were many people. Jiang Chen guessed that some of them must have broken free from the shackles of Saint Origin World and ascended to the immortal world like him. It was just that he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Yearning was something that couldn't be controlled. Those people were the greatest wealth of Jiang Chen's life. Currently, Han Yan's whereabouts were unknown, but Jiang Chen was very assured about Han Yan because he knew Han Yan's ability. The bloodline of Gu Tianma had destined Han Yan to be extraordinary. Tyrant had gone to White Dragon Temple, but Jiang Chen was still at ease. Tyrant had obtained the God Trembling Monument, an ancient divine weapon. Moreover, Tyrant was born with a deep affinity with Buddha. He was a rare genius. Jiang Chen believed that even if he went to White Dragon Temple, he wouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu had been found. She was now cultivating with Old Man Bai Wang and the others in King Fan Prefecture. Jiang Chen was also incomparably relieved. What worried Jiang Chen the most was Yan Chenyu. She had already ascended for a long time, but there was still no news about her. The only news was about the immortal execution order and the immortal burying coffin. Jiang Chen didn't know the relationship between the woman in the immortal burying coffin and Yan Chenyu, but he was sure that Yan Chenyu must be inextricably linked to her. This was a secret that Jiang Chen desperately wanted to know, but it wasn't that easy to find out. The process of pursuing this secret was incomparably long. The legendary sovereign realm couldn't be reached by talent alone. However, Jiang Chen wasn't discouraged. He firmly believed that if Yan Qinyu was related to the daughter of a mortal execution king, at least her life wouldn't be in danger. As for what kind of secret was hidden, Jiang Chen would find out sooner or later. The most important thing now was his cultivation base. Only by constantly improving his cultivation base could he get closer to that realm and touch the secret faster. Jiang Chen, you seem to be in a good mood. At this moment, an untimely voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts, pulling Jiang Chen back to reality. Jiang Chen smiled, then turned to look at the courtyard. He saw Dong Fangyu was already there, looking at him with a smile. Jiang Chen quickly jumped down from the roof and cupped his fists at Dong Fangyu. Master. Jiang Chen had a very good impression of Dong Fangyu. May I know why Master has come to visit me in the middle of the night? Asked Jiang Chen. He knew that a figure like Dong Fangyu wouldn't visit him for no reason. Jiang Chen wouldn't believe that Dong Fangyu came to his little disciple in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk. Jiang Chen, I've come to you because I have something to ask of you. Chapter 15:15. If Master has any matter, you can just instruct me. How is this a request? Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. If there were two people in Genius Prefecture that he respected, apart from Yang Zanqing, it would be Dong Fangyu in front of him. A figure with means would always be powerful. The fact that Dong Fangyu had made Dan Prefecture so powerful already showed Dong Fangyu's capability. Dong Fangyu wanted to say something but hesitated. He seemed somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't easy to make a late immortal Emperor Supreme Alchemist so embarrassed that he even stuttered. Master is here to ask me to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, right? Jiang Chen spoke. Given his intelligence, he could naturally guess the purpose of Dong Fangyu's visit. During the day, when Dong Fangyu rewarded him with the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, Jiang Chen could already see Dong Fangyu's desire for the Holy Flame Emperor Pill. Today, Dong Fangyu came to ask him for help in the middle of the night. Apart from asking for his help in concocting the pill, Jiang Chen really couldn't think of any other reason. Dong Fangyu possessed the herbs and the ability to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, but the Holy Flame Emperor Pill he concocted was only a 9th grade pill. Although there was only a grade difference between 9th grade and 10th grade, the difference in grade was like heaven and earth. One was an Emperor grade pill while the other was a Venerable grade pill. There was an essential difference between them. Given Dong Fangyu's current cultivation base, taking a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor Pill wouldn't be of much use, but if it was a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor Pill, he could directly break through to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. This realm wasn't that easy to cross. Dong Fangyu had been working hard for this realm for many years. The emergence of Jiang Chen had given him a chance. Even if he had to sacrifice his face, he had to come and beg Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are truly a smart man. In that case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. You are right. The reason why I visited you in the middle of the night is to ask for your help in concocting a Holy Flame Emperor Pill. I think you should be able to see it with your eyesight. My current cultivation base has already reached the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. If I can get a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor Pill, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm in a short period of time. Of course, I won't ask you to help me for free. Just tell me what you want. This is a private deal between you and me. It has nothing to do with Dan Prefecture. Dong Fangyu spoke. Since Jiang Chen had already seen through him, there was nothing more to hide. He liked to chat with smart people and also liked to make deals with smart people. Master is being too serious. It's my honor to be able to help Master. Master is being too serious. It's Jiang Chen's honor to be able to help Master. How would I dare to ask for more? During the day, the Holy Flame Emperor Pill was clearly in Master's hand. Master could have taken it for yourself and then given me some other rewards, but Master didn't do so. Jiang Chen really admired Master's temperament and courage. Master only needs to prepare the herbs for the concoction of the Holy Flame Emperor Pill. After Master obtains the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, you will advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, adding a supreme expert to Genius Prefecture and the Empire. That's a great thing. Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. He was willing to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor Pill for Dong Fangyu. Just like what he had said, given Dong Fangyu's identity and status, there was no need for him to reward him with the Holy Flame Emperor Pill during the day, because there were too many rewards in Dan Prefecture. Even the 8th grade pill that Xian Zhong had concocted was given to him by Dongfang Yu, which eliminated the greed in his heart. To a cultivator, this was very rare. Moreover, concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill was a piece of cake for Jiang Chen. Of course, Dongfang Yu had to prepare the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill by himself. Those herbs were just too precious and he couldn't afford them. All right. Jiang Chen, you are a straightforward person. I like to be friends with such a person. In that case, I won't be polite with you anymore. Dongfang Yu's gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with admiration. Who wouldn't like such a genius? He directly took out the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Even in the entire Dan prefecture, there weren't many of such herbs, but given Dongfang Yu's status, he could still afford it. Master is being too polite. Take a rest first. I will start concocting the pill now. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. More than 10 kinds of herbs flew towards him. His tide-like soul force instantly enveloped all the herbs. 3 types of supreme flames also rushed out, turning into a sea of fire, fusing with his soul force. All the herbs were thrown into the sea of fire and began to extract their essence. Dongfang Yu's eyes brightened. Despite having seen Jiang Chen's concoction technique once, he still couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Such a technique was simply heaven-defying and shocking. What a good kid. He has actually advanced to the Immortal King realm. It seems like the Holy Flame Emperor pill has given him great benefits. Only now did Dongfang Yu notice that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was no longer the half-step Immortal King realm, but a true early Immortal King realm. Given his eyesight, he should have already noticed the change in Jiang Chen's cultivation base when he came in, but Jiang Chen didn't release the slightest bit of qi. Plus, he was preoccupied with concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, so he didn't pay attention to the change in Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Hoo-hoo! Waves of fire surged. In just a few minutes, the essence of more than 10 kinds of spiritual herbs had been completely extracted. Such a situation made Dongfang Yu shake his head and sigh. There had always been miracles in this world. These miracles couldn't be measured with common sense. Jiang Chen was such a miracle. The emergence of this man is the greatest wealth of my genius prefecture and great Qian Empire. His future achievements will certainly be limitless. Plus, it seems like it wasn't a coincidence that he could walk out of that valley. Dongfang Yu felt that he was witnessing a miracle. It was the greatest fortune of genius prefecture and great Qian Empire to have such a genius. Bang! More than 10 minutes later, a bang was heard from the sea of fire. Then, a scarlet pill flew out. Dongfang Yu's eyes fell on the pill. Immediately, a strange brilliance bloomed in his eyes. There was a flickering shadow of a dragon on the surface of the pill. There was a wriggling saliva inside the pill. The entire pill was full of spirituality, looking extremely mystical. Given Dongfang Yu's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the grade of this pill was exactly the same as the one in the daytime. It was a perfect 10th grade pill. Such a situation shocked Dongfang Yu, because even if he was the one concocting pills, there would be times when he would make mistakes. Plus, even if he was asked to concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he would need at least an hour to complete it. However, Jiang Chen only used 20 minutes to complete the concoction of a 10th grade pill. More importantly, Jiang Chen had no chance of failure at all. Chapter 15-16. Jiang Chen took the Holy Flame Emperor pill, handed it to Dongfang Yu, and spoke with a smile. Master, the pill has been concocted. Are you satisfied with it? Satisfied? Of course he was. If he wasn't satisfied with this, what else could he be satisfied with? A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was what Dongfang Yu desperately wanted even in his dreams. Dongfang Yu carefully received the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The pill was hot to the touch. The energy inside was extremely dense. Dongfang Yu was almost sure that as long as he refined this pill, he would be able to advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm and break the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for many years. Jiang Chen, I owe you a favor today. Dongfang Yu left behind a sentence and vanished like a ghost. It seemed like he couldn't wait to refine the Holy Flame Emperor pill. However, such a feeling was understandable. When a person suddenly obtained something that he had been dreaming of, it was only natural for him to be excited and impatient. Although Jiang Chen didn't seem to have gained anything from concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill for Dongfang Yu, he had gained a promise and a favor from a half-step Immortal Venerable. This was the greatest benefit in itself. In the entire Genius Prefecture, perhaps only Dongfang Yu owed a favor to Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog's sleep wasn't short. He had slept for 2 days. During this period, Jiang Chen had paid attention to De Huang Dog's condition and found out that De Huang Dog might have eaten a spiritual herb that was extremely beneficial to him, allowing the medicinal power to completely fuse with the essence of the immortal execution sword that was stored in his body, allowing all the essence that he hadn't absorbed before to be absorbed at once. Coupled with the support of the powerful medicinal power, it was imaginable what De Huang Dog could obtain. This bastard is really lucky. It seems like he will be able to reach the late immortal king realm when he comes out of seclusion. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. If De Huang Dog could advance to the late immortal king realm, then all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wouldn't be eaten in vain. This would be a great leap. 2 days later, an incomparably powerful qi suddenly rushed out of the room. It was a golden qi wave. The power of the qi wave was so strong that it opened a big hole in the roof. Your sister. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and hurriedly set up a restriction to isolate the aura of this place. Every time this guy advanced, he would cause a huge commotion and destroy other people's houses. Wakaka. 10 minutes later, the qi waves vanished. De Huang Dog walked out of the room laughing. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, the current De Huang Dog had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. His cultivation base had reached the late immortal king realm or even the peak of the late immortal king realm. For a divine beast with a complete bloodline, such a cultivation base was undoubtedly very terrifying. Given De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it would be very easy for him to kill a half-step immortal emperor. If he used his innate ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight an early immortal emperor. Damn dog, you're not bad. Just a little bit of medicine and you're already exploding. Jiang Chen teased. Of course. Don't you know who Lord Dog is? Lord Dog is peerless in this world. De Huang Dog shook his head in a narcissistic manner. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen turned and left. He knew De Huang Dog too well. If he allowed this guy to continue showing off, he wouldn't be able to play with him anymore. It was early in the morning. The air on the mountain was very fresh. It could easily make people feel relaxed and happy. As soon as Jiang Chen pushed open the gate of the courtyard, he saw a disciple of Dan Prefecture walking over. He was none other than Xian Zhong. Senior brother Xian Zhong. Jiang Chen greeted. Xian Zhong had given him a very good impression. He didn't like him, but he absolutely didn't hate him either. Junior brother Jiang, someone is looking for you outside. Xian Zhong spoke. It seemed like he was here to deliver a message. Given Xian Zhong's identity, he wouldn't do such a thing. He should be here to express his gratitude. Oh, who's looking for me? Jiang Chen was stunned. He was sure that it wouldn't be Yang Bufan. Even if Dan Prefecture wasn't open to the public, it wouldn't be able to stop a young king like Yang Bufan. I don't know him. He only said that he's your friend. All right, he seems to be from Yen City. Xian Zhong said. This was the first time he heard of a small place like Yen City. Yen City? Could it be Qingqing? Jiang Chen thought. Back when he rescued Yen Qingqing from the evil abyss, Jiang Chen left One Line Sky and came to East Xuanyu. Since then, the two of them didn't have much contact. Thank you, senior brother Xian Zhong. I'll go out and have a look. Jiang Chen replied casually and strode towards the exit of Dan Prefecture. The people of Yen City would never come looking for him if there wasn't a reason. At this moment, outside Dan Prefecture, an old man was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Jiang Chen, his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Young Master Jiang, I finally found you. The old man's tears almost flowed out. What happened? How did you know that I'm here? Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He didn't know the name of this old man, but he knew that this old man was from the prefecture of Yen City. He had seen him before in Yen City. What puzzled Jiang Chen was that this old man was merely a heaven immortal expert. How could he accurately locate him? East Xuanyu was just too big. It wouldn't be easy to find a person. Young master, save us. A few days ago, an expert called Fu Kuei went to Yen City and killed many people of the prefecture, capturing the city lord and young lady. It was Fu Kuei who told this old man about your location. He asked old Shi to tell you to go to Fu City personally. Otherwise, the lives of the city lord and young lady will be in danger. The old man spoke anxiously. He couldn't help but shiver in fear when he thought of how powerful Fu Kuei was. He didn't dare to imagine that there was such a terrifying person in the heavens and earth, but he couldn't be blamed. How could a mere Yen city, a place where heaven immortals ruled, understand the terror of an immortal emperor? What? A surge of anger rose from Jiang Chen's back in an instant. Needless to say, he had already understood what had happened and the truth of the matter. He had killed 2 of Fu Kuei's sons, which must have caused the other party to hold a grudge against him. But since he was in Genius Prefecture, Fu Kuei couldn't find a chance to take revenge. Therefore, he began to investigate Jiang Chen's origin, and then went to capture Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing to threaten him. The old man in front of him was merely a heaven immortal. It would take a few months for a heaven immortal to fly from Yen City to Great Qian Empire. But now, Jiang Chen understood that it was Fu Kuei who brought him here. Moreover, Fu Kuei knew where he was, which was why he asked the old man to tell him the news. Chapter 15-17. Young Master, only you can save City Lord and young Miss now. I beg you, young master. The elder spoke and was about to kneel down in front of Jiang Chen. It could be seen that this elder was also loyal to Yen family, and regarded the lives of Yen Donglu and his daughter as more important than his own. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Get up quickly. Jiang Chen pulled the elder's arm. He couldn't bear such a great gesture. He must save Yen Qingqing and Yen Donglu. Putting aside his feelings, the reason why the 2 of them were captured by Fu Kuei was entirely because of him and those innocent people who died in the hands of Fu Kuei. He didn't kill them, but they died because of him. In other words, it was Jiang Chen who indirectly harmed them. Jiang Chen could imagine that those people in Yen City were as weak as ants in the hands of Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei really shouldn't vent his anger on those innocent people in order to kill Jiang Chen. This had already violated Jiang Chen's bottom line. Jiang Chen certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing about this matter. He had to solve it himself. The grudge between him and Fu Kuei would have to be settled sooner or later. Jiang Chen didn't want to implicate more innocent people. The current Fu Kuei had lost 2 sons and had turned into a mad dog. He would bite anyone he didn't like. In order to avenge Jiang Chen, he would do anything. Such a person was the scariest. The only way to deal with such a person was to kill him and make him disappear from this world completely. Motherfucker! Let's go. Call Yang Bufan. Let's go to Fu City and kill that old bastard. De Huang Dog was infuriated. He was a temperamental dog. After hearing the elder's words, he began to get angry. He couldn't wait to fly to Fu City and kill Fu Kuei. This kind of guy who used the people around him as a threat was the most annoying, but it was basically impossible for Fu Kuei to cause any big waves. How could a puny early immortal emperor fight against Great Qian Empire? Given Jiang Chen's current identity and status in Genius Prefecture, it was too easy to kill Fu Kuei. Young master, that Fu Kuei has said that you are only allowed to go alone. If he sees you bringing any helpers, he will immediately kill City Lord and young Mississippi, the elder hastily said. He could already see that Fu Kuei was a ruthless man. He would certainly do what he said. Plus, he had already known the whole story. Jiang Chen had killed 2 of his sons, which had caused Fu Kuei to fall into a state of madness. Such a man was the scariest. He wouldn't care about any consequences, not even his own life in his heart. As a matter of fact, it was true. To Fu Kuei, both of his sons were dead. All of his hopes and future had been cut off and deprived. So death wasn't scary to him. His only wish now was to kill Jiang Chen and avenge his sons. De Huang, let's go and meet this Fu Kuei. Let's see if he has the ability to fight to the death. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and spoke to De Huang Dog. For the safety of Yen Qingqing and her daughter, he decided not to call De Huang Dog. Plus, the current strength of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was no longer the same as when they were in Futian Manor. In his half-dragon form, Jiang Chen was already strong enough to fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. De Huang Dog was also a late immortal king expert. He could also fight an early immortal emperor with his full strength. Therefore, Jiang Chen had nothing to be afraid of in this trip to Fu City. This time, it wasn't just to save people, but also to end the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. All right. De Huang Dog's face was full of excitement. He was a guy who couldn't stay idle. He liked to fight and do great things the most. This trip to Fu City was just the right time for him to go all out. Let's go. Jiang Chen grabbed the elder's shoulder, tore the void with his bare hands, and vanished in a blink. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away, far away from Genius Prefecture. Amazing! The elder swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His eyes were filled with awe when he looked at Jiang Chen. That realm was unimaginable to him. Walking inside the spatial zone was even more unbelievable to him. When he first met Jiang Chen in Yen City, Jiang Chen was just a puny earth immortal. Today, Jiang Chen had already grown to a height that he couldn't even reach. The distance between Genius Prefecture and Yen City was tens of thousands of miles. It was too far, but Fu City was much closer. After all, Fu City was in the territory of East Xuanyu. Although it was still some distance away from Genius Prefecture, this distance was nothing compared to the future. Young master, that Fu Kuei must have laid out an inescapable net in Fu City. You have to be careful. That Fu Kuei is too terrifying. He's a legendary emperor. You can't deal with him at all. The elder spoke with lingering fear in his heart, reminding Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog couldn't help but smile. To the elder, an immortal emperor was a supreme figure in the legends, a high and mighty supreme emperor, a godlike existence that couldn't be fought. This was the difference between realms. Without reaching this realm, one would never understand what was going on. Furthermore, to a heaven immortal, an immortal emperor was indeed a godlike existence, because the gap between them was just too great. Don't worry. I will personally take action. I will ensure the safety of City Lord and Qingqing. Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed visibly relieved. He knew Jiang Chen very well. This man was incomparably confident and would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Back then in Yen City, he also understood that an immortal emperor like Fu Kuei might be high and mighty in his eyes, but it might be nothing in the eyes of Jiang Chen, because the current Jiang Chen gave the elder the same feeling as Fu Kuei. The place that Fu Kuei was looking for wasn't in Fu City, but in a valley 1,000 miles away from Fu City. He had already laid out an inescapable net in this valley. An altar was built in the middle of the valley, and a black cage was constructed on the altar. Yen Donglu and his daughter were imprisoned in the cage. Both of their faces were pale and unsightly. "Daughter, are you afraid?" Yen Donglu asked with a smile. "Daddy, I'm not afraid. Big brother Zhang will surely come to save us," said Yen Qingqing. Back in the evil abyss, she had already died once. It was Jiang Chen who saved her and gave her a second life. Even if she had to die for Jiang Chen, she was willing to do so. Chapter 15:18. Yen Donglu sighed and didn't speak. He knew his daughter's feelings for Jiang Chen better than anyone else. Plus, Jiang Chen was the benefactor of their prefecture and had saved the entire prefecture. Even if Jiang Chen suffered a catastrophe today, Yen Donglu wouldn't say anything, nor would he have any complaints. The only thing he was worried about now was his daughter. Yen Qingqing was infatuated with Jiang Chen, but the two of them weren't from the same world. Jiang Chen was a peerless genius who would stand at the peak of this world in the future, whereas Yen Qingqing was at most a talent from a small place. Although she had extraordinary beauty, how could she be worthy of a figure like Jiang Chen? How could Yen Qingqing not know what Yen Donglu was worried about? She knew very well how big the gap between her and Jiang Chen was, but sometimes, love couldn't be controlled. Since the moment Jiang Chen walked into her heart, the shadow of Jiang Chen was destined to linger in her heart. There would never be a second man in her life. Therefore, Yen Qingqing didn't desire to get Jiang Chen in the end. It was enough for her to have a concern in her heart. At this moment, a large number of experts had besieged the entire valley. The lowest cultivation base of these experts was an immortal king. Their positions were carefully chosen. The void was filled with invisible ripples of seals. It could be seen that a powerful formation had been laid out here. These immortal kings were here to support the formation and provide it with a steady stream of energy. These experts were divided into 6 directions, firmly sealing off the valley. There was a mighty immortal emperor in each direction. Just like Fu Cheng, they were all early immortal emperors. As a famous figure in this generation, Fu Cheng had considerable strength and made many friends. In order to kill Jiang Chen this time, he had made great preparations and paid a great price to invite so many experts. After all, this was a major event. Even if they were his friends, he couldn't let them help him for free. Fu Kuei stood at the easternmost position, which was also the most important position of this formation. His face was solemn and his expression was extremely ugly. Thinking of his 2 dead sons, he couldn't help but erupt with anger, wanting to burn this mountain. Brother Fu, I think you're too nervous and making a mountain out of a molehill. Is there a need to make such a big fuss just to kill a mere Jiang Chen? 6 early immortal emperors? Isn't Brother Fu thinking too highly of that Jiang Chen? An early immortal emperor elder spoke. That's right. 6 great immortal emperors have to act at the same time just to deal with a puny immortal king. I think that brat probably doesn't dare to come over. He's not a fool. Would he still come if he knew that he would die? In that case, let's see how the status of these 2 immortal kings captured by Brother Fu is in Jiang Chen's heart. As long as Jiang Chen comes, he will die for sure. Given our current strength, killing an immortal king is as easy as crushing dust. The few immortal emperors had a relaxed look on their faces, completely disregarding Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Fu Kuei had already lost his mind after losing his son. It was a complete waste to use such a big force just to deal with a puny immortal king. This time, Fu Kuei had almost exhausted all of his savings by asking them to act, but to these immortal emperors, they had also seen that there was basically no danger in this matter. It could be said to be an easy task. Plus, there were benefits to be gained. So when Fu Kuei came to them, they agreed without hesitation. Humph! Don't underestimate that brat. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He had already inquired about everything about Jiang Chen. He knew that this young man wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid of Jiang Chen, but because he didn't want any accidents to happen. Jiang Chen was in Genius Prefecture. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Now that he had lured him out, he had to make sure that he would be killed in one strike, not giving Jiang Chen the slightest chance of survival, because once he lost this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find another one. All right, let's not talk anymore. Brother Fu is eager to avenge his son. We should understand that. If that Jiang Chen comes, we will certainly help Brother Fu to take him down and let Brother Fu kill that brat personally. An immortal emperor spoke. His tone was incomparably relaxed. It seemed like he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all, but this was also normal. After all, it was an incomparably difficult thing for an immortal emperor to pay attention to an immortal king. Unfortunately, without truly dealing with Jiang Chen, they would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was. That kind of terror wasn't something they could imagine. We have been waiting for so long. Don't tell me that brat won't dare to show up? Some of them had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Big brother Jiang won't come. Just give up. Kill us if you have the ability. Yan Qingqing spoke. Her face was filled with disgust as she looked at these legendary experts. They only knew how to use despicable means, using the friend of their opponent as a hostage, which was despised by the world. Humph! As long as Jiang Chen doesn't come today, all of you will be dead. Fu Kuei spoke, his eyes blazing with anger. You so-called experts are nothing but shameless bastards. You can't defeat Jiang Chen, so you used his friend to threaten us. That's really shameless and despicable. Unfortunately, you have found the wrong person. Us father and daughter aren't that important in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen won't come. You are destined to work in vain. Haha. Yan Donglu burst into laughter. At this moment, he wasn't afraid anymore, because he knew that it was useless to be afraid. They would die either way. Even if Jiang Chen came, he wouldn't be able to save them from the hands of that lunatic. They were now firmly besieged. It would be difficult for Jiang Chen to break through the defense of so many experts to save them. He was afraid that he and Yan Qingqing would be killed by that lunatic before he could break through the defense. Yan Donglio's words made everyone feel embarrassed. After all, what he said was the truth. What they were doing now was more or less disgraceful. It would be shameful if it was spread out. At this moment, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had arrived. They were hiding in the mountain not far away and had seen the situation clearly. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He couldn't hide his anger, but he didn't act recklessly. Fighting was not his priority this time. Saving people was the most important thing. This scene looks a little tricky. The whole valley has been sealed. It will be difficult for us to break through and save people. De Huang dog said. De Huang, let's split up. I will confront them head-on, and you will sneak past their formation to save people. Chapter 15:19. This was the most suitable way to deal with the current situation. It just so happened that De Huang Dog had just advanced to the late immortal king realm, which made him much more powerful than before. Any ordinary formation would be useless to him. Moreover, if De Huang Dog erupted, no ordinary early immortal emperor would be able to stop him. If Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog fought together, they wouldn't be afraid of these people. But the most important thing right now was to save Yen Donglu and his daughter. As long as they were rescued, the next step would be to settle the grudge between Jiang Chen and Fu Kuei. All right, it's settled then, De Huang Dog said, then vanished with a sway like a ghost. His disappearance didn't even cause any ripples in the void. Such a powerful technique stunned the elder. He deeply felt that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yen City. If he didn't come out, he wouldn't know how big this world was. In this vast and boundless East Xuanyu, any random person could already be a hegemon in Yen City and become a supreme expert. Young master, I will leave young lady and city lord to you, the elder said. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to them. Jiang Chen said. Young master, what do I need to do? The elder asked. Stay here and don't move. Don't go out no matter what happens if you don't want to die. Jiang Chen patted the elder's shoulder and said with a smile. The old man blushed with shame. However, he knew his position very well. Given his ability, he would probably be killed instantly if he went out. Celestial immortals were too weak. If he could get close to them, the aura that erupted from their battle would be enough to crush him into powder. If he went out, not only would he not be of any help, he would also become a huge burden. Therefore, what he had to do was to stay here and protect his life. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flew towards the direction of the valley. When he wasn't far from the valley, he unleashed a tremendous qi that soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble as if it was going to be torn apart at any time. Such a powerful aura and movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over at Fu Kuei's side. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen, Fu Kuei's anger couldn't be suppressed. He roared and couldn't wait to rush up and tear him to pieces. It was this person in front of him who killed his two sons and severed all his hope. This hatred made Fu Kuei unable to sleep day and night. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. So he's Jiang Chen, an early immortal king. I never thought that he could release such a powerful qi. Sure enough, he's a peerless genius. No wonder he could kill the two genius sons of Fu Kuei. It seems like he isn't simple. Humph. So what if he's powerful? If he dares to come today, he's dead for sure. He clearly knows that it's a dead end, yet he still appeared. This is a typical case of brainlessness. A brainless person, a reckless person, no matter how much of a genius he is, will still die in the end. What a pity. For many of them, this was the first time they saw Jiang Chen. They had only heard of him before. Today, they all praised Jiang Chen for being a dragon and phoenix among men. At the same time, they also felt that it was a pity. They felt that Jiang Chen was a reckless person. Despite knowing that it was a dead end, he still took the initiative to offer himself. Clearly, he had come to die. In their point of view, the so-called loyalty was nothing but a fool. How could a fool achieve anything great? Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang. Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing also saw Jiang Chen. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Complicated expressions could be seen in their eyes. They were worried and happy at the same time. They were worried about today's situation. Jiang Chen's arrival was destined to be very dangerous. On the other hand, they were happy that Jiang Chen had come for them. This indicated that they still had a certain position in Jiang Chen's heart. Very soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the valley and stood opposite to Fu Kuei. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He said to Fu Kuei in a cold voice, Fu Kuei, I thought you were a great figure. Never had I thought that you are also a despicable person. How could you use such despicable means? Now that I'm here, let them go. Jiang Chen's attitude was incomparably domineering. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. At least, he wanted to delay until De Huang Dog rescued them. It was impossible for Fu Kuei to release them personally. Even if he committed suicide in front of Fu Kuei wouldn't let them go. Release them? Haha, Jiang Chen, you are too naive. Let me tell you, I have already laid out an inescapable net. As long as you dare to come, you will die for sure. Not even the God of Heaven can save you. As for these two, it seems that they are very important to you. I have no intention of letting them go. I will kill them in front of you and let you taste the feeling of losing important people. Xueqi said ferociously and gnashed his teeth. He had never intended to let them go. Since Jiang Chen had come, it meant that he had caught the right people. These two people occupied a certain position in Jiang Chen's heart. It was better to keep them alive. Then, he would kill them in front of Jiang Chen and let Jiang Chen taste the pain. Big brother Jiang, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about us. Yan Qingqing said loudly. She was already very satisfied that Jiang Chen was willing to appear for her. If Jiang Chen was sacrificed to save her, Yan Qingqing wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if she died. It seems that this woman has a special liking for you. Jiang Chen, many brothers here have been drooling over her beauty for a long time. Do you want me to let some of my brothers defile her on the spot? Xueqi had a hideous look on his face. You dare? 2 rays of cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. Boundless killing intent burst out from his body. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. It was a great honor. This Xueqi had completely infuriated him. Today, he would eliminate Xueqi at all costs. This was a madman who could do anything. If he wasn't eliminated now, there would be great troubles in the future, which could be said to be endless. Haha, you don't dare? Jiang Chen, I will let you experience the pain you have left me 100-fold. Brothers, serve this beautiful girl well. Let Jiang Chen see the process clearly. Xueqi burst into laughter. He had already done everything he could. Xueqi burst into laughter. He had already resorted to all means possible. He didn't care about face or dignity anymore. He only wanted revenge. He wanted to kill everyone around Jiang Chen that he could kill. He wanted to use all the methods that he could use to make Jiang Chen feel pain. He wanted Jiang Chen to regret killing his own son. He wanted Jiang Chen to know that killing his own son was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. Jia, let me go first. This young lady is as beautiful as a fairy. I have been impatient for a long time. Chapter 15-20. This man seemed to be in his 30s and had a pair of peach blossom eyes. One look and one could tell that he was an unparalleled pervert. From the moment he saw Yan Qingqing, he was completely captivated by this fairy-like girl. There were several times when he wanted to make a move but was stopped by Xueqi. Initially, he thought that Xueqi was pretending to be a gentleman. But now, it seemed that Xueqi was even more sinister than him. Many men on the scene had committed all sorts of evil deeds. Face was nothing but floating clouds to them. Benefits and enjoyment were the most important things to them. This little girl is so beautiful that I'm drooling over her. Why don't you join us? Count me in. This old man has been eyeing her for such a long time. Another 2 people stood up. The 2 of them shook their heads and began to discuss one by one. I'll go first. Brothers, I won't stand on ceremony. The first man who came out walked towards Yan Qingqing step by step. This was an immortal king expert. When he stared at Yan Qingqing, his eyes were about to spit out fire. Get lost. Yan Qingqing was anxious. She wasn't afraid of death, but she absolutely wasn't willing to be defiled by others. Facing this devil that was getting closer and closer, Yan Qingqing's emotions were incomparably agitated. She would rather die than to let this man have his way. Bastard! Yan Donglu cursed. He pulled Yan Qingqing into his embrace. If this man wanted to touch his daughter, he would absolutely not agree to it, unless this man wanted to step over his dead body. Kill the old one. Xueqi said indifferently. You guys are playing with fire. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold, and his tone was even colder. His tone was so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. What these people had done had seriously crossed his bottom line. Playing with fire? Jiang Chen, are you angry now? However, it's useless. You will die for sure today, but I want you to die in agony. Xueqi looked at the anger of Jiang Chen. Only then did he feel better in his heart. The depression that he had been suppressing these days seemed to have been released a little. He will die miserably, Jiang Chen said. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, a deafening roar suddenly sounded out from above the cage. The sudden movement immediately alerted everyone. Everyone turned to the source of the roar, and what they saw was a majestic big yellow dog appearing out of nowhere. He opened his mouth wide and tried to bite the man who had just escaped from the cage. Ah! That person's gaze was still wandering around Yan Qingqing's body. Suddenly, he felt a great sense of crisis. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. His head was swallowed by De Huang Dog in one gulp. With a cracking sound, that person's head was bitten off by De Huang Dog. His blood-curdling scream also stopped abruptly. Wakaka! Lord Dog is here. De Huang Dog laughed arrogantly. Damn it! How did this dog manage to sneak into the formation? Hurry up and kill him! Fu Kuei bellowed. An early immortal emperor struck. He reached out a huge hand and grabbed at De Huang Dog. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog's combat intent surged. Initially, he intended to fight an early immortal emperor, but then he thought that the most important thing right now was to save Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing. Given the cultivation base of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, they would surely die on the spot. I won't play with you first. Two light wings grew out of De Huang Dog's back. He opened his mouth and bit the cage. With a flicker of the light wings, De Huang Dog and the cage vanished with a swoosh, causing the attack of the immortal emperor to miss. Seal the formation. He can't escape. Fu Kuei bellowed once more. Unfortunately, as soon as his voice faded, De Huang Dog appeared next to Jiang Chen. At the same time, Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing appeared as well. Additionally, the cage that imprisoned the two of them had vanished. This proved that no matter how powerful the formation was, it was useless to De Huang Dog. He could enter and exit at will. Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing still had a look of astonishment on their faces. The instantaneous change just now made them feel as though they were dreaming. Given their cultivation base, the means of De Huang Dog was beyond their imagination. However, the two of them regained their senses very quickly. When they saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog beside them, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy. Both of them thought that they were going to die today, but they had never thought that De Huang Dog was so powerful that he could pass through the Grand Formation and rescue them so easily. If they didn't experience it themselves, how could they be happy? Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. It's all right now. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He knew that Yan Qingqing had suffered a great injustice this time. All of this was because of him. Fortunately, the two of them were safe and sound. If anything happened to them, Jiang Chen would feel guilty for the rest of his life. On the other side, everyone was shocked. The facial expression of the 6 immortal emperors changed. They had never thought that the formation that they had painstakingly set up would turn out to be useless at the critical moment. But they knew very well that this didn't mean that their formation wasn't powerful enough. But that dog was just too miraculous. His attainments in the field of formation weren't ordinary at all. Damn it! How could this dog be so powerful? We couldn't even detect him when he entered and exited our formation. Someone cursed. Humph. So what? Even if we don't use the formation, they will still die today. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He hadn't expected such a situation. Initially, he wanted to use Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing to provoke Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that a powerful dog would appear and rescue them at the critical moment. This made Fu Kuei very angry. Young Master Jiang, thank you for saving us. Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The change was just too great and too fast. Back in Yan City, Jiang Chen was just a puny earth immortal. The current Jiang Chen had grown to an incomparably terrifying level. The qi radiating from Jiang Chen made Yan Donglio's soul tremble. There's no need to be so courteous, City Lord. All of this happened because of me. I, Jiang Chen, feel very sorry for all of you who were killed in Yan City. As for those people who were killed in Yan City, I will certainly avenge them and put an end to them today. Jiang Chen spoke. There was nothing more to say between him and Fu Kuei. It was either you die or I live. Amazing. The elder who was hiding in the distance was dumbfounded. He had been worrying about the safety of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, because it was just too difficult to save them in such a situation. He had never thought that the dog would be so terrifying, saving them so easily. It felt like a dream. Jiang Chen, so what if you have saved them? All of you will die today. None of you can escape. Chapter 15:21. Jiang Chen Longlong smiled. Fu Kuei, don't worry. I won't run away today. It's time to settle the grudge between us. If you want to kill me to avenge your son, Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Similarly, the blood of those people in the prefecture can't be spilled in vain. Since he had already come, Jiang Chen had no intention of leaving just like that. Some things had to be settled eventually, just like the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. It was a kind of irreconcilable enmity. Since there were so many experts here today, it was just the right time for a massacre. Arrogant. Jiang Chen, I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. How dare an early immortal king say such words? Could it be that you think that you can fight us with just a late immortal king dog? You're too naive. An early immortal emperor spoke. He felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Chen's brain if he didn't choose to flee immediately after rescuing his son. Even a fool could see the current situation. Staying here would basically mean certain death, unless Jiang Chen had the strength to fight them. However, this was impossible. Hong. Jiang Chen ignored that man. With a loud bang, he turned into his dragon form and spoke loudly. I'll give you all a chance now. If you don't want to die, it's still not too late to leave now. If you don't leave now, none of you will be able to leave later. Jiang Chen was ready to start a massacre. None of these people were good people, especially those who tried to humiliate Yan Qingqing. It was impossible for them to leave. Jiang Chen would never be polite to those who wanted to kill him. He was now giving them a chance, but if they didn't cherish it, Jiang Chen would never be polite to them. Haha, funny. This is too funny. Jiang Chen, you're just a puny immortal king. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Do you think that you can fight us just because you have some transformation technique? Too naive. Arrogant and ignorant junior. You're still so stubborn even when death is at hand. Since you don't want to escape, only death is waiting for you. Today, not even the heavenly king can save you. Jiang Chen, no one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. It seems like you can't see the situation at all. Sarcastic laughter was heard from the opponent's camp. Everyone felt that Jiang Chen was just telling a joke, and it was the funniest joke. Even though Jiang Chen had displayed his transformation technique, no one put him in their eyes. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was just too weak. The gap between him and an immortal emperor wasn't just a little bit. If a fight really broke out, they were afraid that he would die instantly. Jiang Chen, Chen, Jiang Huang Dog, Chen, and Jiang Cheat. Chen, Huang Chen I to say it. In that case, I'll teach them how to write it. Kill everyone here today. Leave no one alive. Jiang Chen drew out the heavenly saint's sword with a clang. The blood-red sword looked like a blood dragon, mystical to the extreme. It emitted a dazzling sword light. The sword whistle soared to the sky like the roar of a dragon. The heavenly saint's sword wouldn't appear easily. Once it did, it would drink blood. The fact that Jiang Chen had sent out the heavenly saint's sword was the prelude to a massacre. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to these people. Jiang Chen tore a gap on the gate of the Zulong Tower and said to Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, Qingqing, you and your father go in first. It's safe to hide inside. The battle that was about to happen would certainly be incomparably intense. The destructive power and lethality of the battle between immortal emperors would be too shocking. By the time the battle ended, the mountains within a few hundred miles would be destroyed. Given Yan Qingqing and Yan Donglio's cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to survive such a battle. Even if no one targeted them, the aftermath of the battle was enough to take their lives. All right. Yan Donglu and his daughter nodded. Without any hesitation, they walked into the gap of the Zulong Tower and entered the interior of the Zulong Tower. To them, hiding inside the Zulong Tower was the safest place. There wouldn't be any danger to their lives. Unless Jiang Chen died, the Zulong Tower wouldn't collapse. Kill them all. Fu Kuei was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his head and roared. Instantly, all the experts released their powerful qi. Several late immortal kings wanted to show off. They were Fu Kuei's subordinates, so they rushed to the front. The powerful qi of a late immortal king was released perfectly. The combat weapons in their hands were raised high, as though they were going to split a hole in the sky. Unfortunately, they were too hot-headed and had forgotten how their young master Fu Wei died. Fu Wei was also a late immortal king, but he was much stronger than them. Even if 100 of them attacked at the same time, they would still die in front of Jiang Chen. De Huang, show them what you're made of. Jiang Chen spoke. He didn't even have the interest to attack such a figure, so he left it to the Huang dog to deal with. Wakaka. The Huang dog cackled. He raised his huge head and rammed at the few late immortal emperors. Dead dog. Go to hell. When one of them saw the Huang dog charging at him, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. The long sword in his hand slashed at the Huang dog's head. In his point of view, if this slash hit the opponent, it wouldn't be a problem to split the Huang dog's head in half. Clang. The fact proved that the man's long sword had indeed struck the Huang dog's head accurately. Unfortunately, the scene of the dog's head being split in half didn't happen. After a powerful king weapon collided with the Huang dog's head, it didn't even leave a scratch on the dog's fur. Instead, a large amount of sparks was produced. Under the strong recoil of the Huang dog's head, the long sword in the man's hand flew away. He couldn't even hold it tightly. Bang! Before the man had the time to be shocked, the Huang dog's head had already hit his chest. The poor late immortal king didn't even have the time to scream. His entire body was smashed into countless pieces by the dog's head. What? Upon seeing this, the other few late immortal kings exclaimed. Their faces changed dramatically, looking at Big Yellow as though they were looking at a ghost. Such a horrifying and bloody scene had truly stimulated their souls. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Without saying a word, they turned and ran away. They knew that they had underestimated the Huang dog. This dog was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Not even a king immortal weapon could leave a mark on the dog's head. That dog's head was just too abnormal. Kaka. Sons of Bee Cheese, do you still want to run? Chapter 1522. Big Yellow's head was an indestructible divine weapon. To an ordinary cultivator, the head was the weakest part of the cultivator. It was imaginable what would happen if the heads of those late immortal kings collided with Big Yellow's head. Big Yellow's head was like an invincible divine weapon. His head was the most vulnerable part of the cultivator. Big Yellow's speed was just too fast. After being locked on by him, it was completely impossible to escape. In an instant, Big Yellow's head collided with the late immortal king's head. A loud bang was heard. Before the expert could utter a wail, his head was smashed into pieces by Big Yellow's head. Bang! Big Yellow's head was smashed by Big Yellow. The scene was just too bloody and terrifying. A mighty late immortal king was completely vulnerable in front of the Huang dog. He was like an ant that could be crushed easily. Roar! The Huang dog had gone mad from killing. As a divine beast, he was born with ferocious and murderous nature. Blood was the best way to stimulate his nature. After going berserk, the Huang dog was undoubtedly very scary. Those immortal kings were completely frightened. Now, their intestines had turned green with regret. If they knew that their opponent was so terrifying, they wouldn't have rushed out in such a hurry. Now it would be hard for them to escape. It was very easy for late immortal kings to escape, because their speed was very fast. They could instantly tear the void apart and escape using the spatial force. Unfortunately, in the face of the Huang dog, they felt that even a split second was an extravagant hope, because they could clearly feel that all their opportunities had been locked on by the Huang dog. The Huang dog could kill them in a blink of an eye. Go to hell for Master Dog. The Huang dog's chi was like a rainbow. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword, indestructible and able to tear the void into pieces at any time. Poochie poochie. Ah, shrill cries resounded throughout the valley. All the late immortal king experts were pierced by the light without exception. They had also made an extremely strong defense and used all their strength, but unfortunately, the gap between their strength and the Huang dog's was just too huge. It was so huge that it was impossible to make up for it. All of their defenses seemed so pale and powerless. In just a blink of an eye, 6 late immortal kings died tragically. The time from the moment they attacked to their deaths was just too fast. It was so fast that even Fu Kuei and the other early immortal emperors couldn't react in time. In the distance, the old man from Yen City saw all of this, and his mouth fell open in horror. He was shocked out of his wits. In the Zulong Tower, Yen Donglu and his daughter were also shocked out of their wits, but they had finally seen how much Jiang Chen and the Huang dog had grown. Seeing how terrifying the Huang dog was, the worry they had for Jiang Chen lessened a little. They could almost imagine that Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were enough to deal with these experts in front of them. Of course, they knew that the experts they thought were not necessarily experts in the eyes of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. Damn it! I'll kill this dog. You guys go and kill Jiang Chen. An early immortal emperor elder cursed. All of a sudden, he reached out a huge palm and enveloped the Huang dog. Master Dog isn't afraid. The Huang dog's strength had reached the extreme. After advancing to the late immortal king realm, he now had the strength to kill a half-step immortal emperor. He could even fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. At this moment, in the face of the attack of an early immortal emperor, the Huang dog unleashed all of his qi. The tide-like divine beast bloodline instantly enveloped his whole body, making the Huang dog look incomparably divine. It was a kind of power that came from the desolate era, noble and powerful. The Huang dog's head glowed with dazzling divine light. There were dragon marks flickering on it. As the dragon marks rippled, a light shield enveloped his head. His already indestructible head had become even more unimaginable after adding such a powerful defense. The Huang dog roared, then rammed his head against the huge palm of the immortal emperor. Humph! I'd like to see how hard this dog's head is. The immortal emperor harumphed coldly. His face revealed a sinister look. The terrifying huge palm slammed down onto Huang dog's head. Hung Long! The terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor had tremendous power. Instantly, the sky turned dark. Ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. A large expanse of divine light spread across the sky, shrouding the entire body of the Huang dog. However, such a destructive attack didn't cause any substantial damage to the Huang dog's head. It only produced a large number of sparks. Wakaka! The Huang dog cackled. Shaking his majestic body, he lunged at the immortal emperor once more. The Huang dog didn't even feel dizzy after his head was hit. If they didn't see such an abnormal scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Damn it! What's this dog head made of? The immortal emperor had the urge to spurt out blood. Such a head was simply invincible. He was afraid that only the Huang dog had such a head in the entire heavens and earth. Hung Long! The immortal emperor and the Huang dog were locked in a fierce battle. A new battlefield had been opened up. High up in the sky, the void was shattered. On the other side, Xueqi and the other 4 immortal emperors had besieged Jiang Chen. The rest of the immortal kings were surrounding Jiang Chen. Since the formation was useless, they might as well cancel it. Without the formation, those immortal kings seemed to be useless. In such a battlefield, they would only be a burden. If they rushed forward, they would only become cannon fodder and be killed by Jiang Chen instantly. 5 immortal emperors really think highly of me. Make your move. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His whole body was filled with soaring combat intent. This was his first time fighting a mighty immortal emperor, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was full of confidence. Arrogant kid, let me test you first. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. An early immortal emperor stood out. The remaining 4, including Xueqi, didn't make a move. The 3 of them must have felt that it would be a little embarrassing to attack a puny immortal king at the same time. Xueqi probably wanted to see what kind of ability Jiang Chen had, and what made him capable of killing his 2 sons. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen was the first to strike. With a sway of his body, he casted out the 9 phantom wolves. Phantoms of his doppelgangers appeared on the battlefield, stunning the immortal emperor who was about to attack him. For a moment, he couldn't even sense it. Arg! In the next moment, 2 screams were heard at the same time. The phantoms of Jiang Chen vanished. 2 human heads were hanging on his long sword. Blood was still dripping down. These 2 were none other than the 2 men who had tried to humiliate Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen had already said that they would be the first to be killed. No one would be able to stop him. Even if there were a few immortal emperors here, they wouldn't be able to stop him. So fast. Everyone was trembling with fear, especially those immortal kings. Each and every one of them retreated hastily. Even those immortal emperors had a face full of shock, because Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast. He was even faster than that dog. Jiang Chen unleashed the 9 phantom wolves, as well as the dragon wings and flaming wings on his back. With such a powerful boost, his speed was naturally unparalleled. When his opponents were caught off guard, killing 2 of them was a piece of cake for him. The sword chi of the heavenly saint's sword vibrated. The 2 heads were crushed and turned into a mist of blood. Their death wasn't unjust. From the moment they decided to attack Yan Qingqing, their fate had already been decided. Those whom Jiang Chen wanted to kill had never survived. Courting death. How dare you kill people in front of me? The early immortal emperor was infuriated instantly. He felt that this was an incomparably humiliating thing. Just as he said that he would kill Jiang Chen, two of them were killed by Jiang Chen in front of him. Such a scene made him lose his face and incomparably furious. The expert moved. He flipped his palm. Incomparably massive energy instantly condensed into an illusory mountain. It was a powerful energy mountain that was completely condensed from energy. It was as heavy as billions of catties. If one was hit by this energy mountain, one would certainly be smashed to death on the spot. Hung Long. The void was shattered by the energy mountain. The terrifying mountain had locked onto Jiang Chen's qi, and was hurtling towards Jiang Chen. This was the terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor. The qi that it emitted was destructive. Come on. Let me see how powerful an immortal emperor is. Jiang Chen's qi was like a rainbow. The wings on his back flapped. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand turned into a blood-red fire dragon, slashing at the energy mountain. Hung Long. This was a fierce contest. The energy emitted from the collision was strong and violent. The void was instantly shattered. The heavenly saint's sword was worthy of being called a divine sword. Under Jiang Chen's full-force attack, it slashed the huge mountain of energy and split it into two halves. What? This kid is merely an early immortal king. How can he have such a powerful combat strength? He can even destroy the energy mountain that I have conjured. The early immortal emperor was truly shocked this time. He wasn't the only one. Everyone, including Xueqi, gaped in astonishment, feeling that they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Without witnessing the power of Jiang Chen, one would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Now they finally understood why Jiang Chen was able to kill Fu Tian and Fu Wei. This was a peerless monstrous genius that couldn't be judged by common sense. This kid is too powerful. I have never seen such a monstrous genius before. One of them spoke. So, he must be eliminated today. Given his speed of growth, if we let him escape today, it won't be us who will kill him the next time we meet him. Chapter 15:23. Xueqi knew that Jiang Chen was powerful, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. He could actually fight an early immortal emperor with just an early immortal king cultivation base and didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. Initially, Xueqi thought that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue, but now it seemed like his decision was correct. If his camp wasn't strong enough, even if he could suppress Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be easy to kill Jiang Chen. Just like the others, Xueqi finally understood why his two sons died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Judging from Jiang Chen's current ability, he indeed had the ability to kill Fu Wei, but the more powerful Jiang Chen was, the more determined Xueqi was to kill him. A monstrous genius like Jiang Chen was undoubtedly very scary. Plus, his speed of growth was just too fast. Compared to the time when he was in Futian Manor, the changes in Jiang Chen were simply incomparable. If he didn't get rid of such a heaven-defying talent today, it would be hard to tell who would kill who the next time they met. Raging Storm Wave. The early immortal emperor struck once more. His powerful attack was actually blocked by an early immortal king brat. If this was spread out, it would be too shameful for him to continue living in the future. The immortal emperor exerted all his strength to strike out the ferocious skill that he was proud of. The energy in his body rushed out like a wave, turning into a huge energy tide. These tides were energy pillars. When they rushed out, each pillar turned into an invisible energy dragon, pouncing at Jiang Chen. An early immortal emperor isn't easy to deal with. Given my current strength, it will be extremely difficult to kill them. Fortunately, these early immortal emperors are very ordinary. I will be able to suppress them with the great divination art in my dragon form. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His combat intent was boundless. Fighting against such immortal emperors was what he longed for, but today was a life-and-death battle. So, what Jiang Chen needed to think about was how to get rid of his opponents. Given his current combat strength, he would certainly be no match for an early immortal emperor genius. However, these old bastards in front of him were obviously not geniuses, so they weren't that scary. Jiang Chen's dragon form was enough to deal with them. If he used the great divination art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely suppress an early immortal emperor. The attack of Raging Storm Wave was an omnidirectional attack. The violent energy formed a terrifying domain, sealing the void and completely locking Jiang Chen. Fusion of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen bellowed. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Under the circulation of the great divination art, he could easily detect the flaws of the opponent's attack. Furthermore, he had cast out the mighty fusion of dragon and sword. His entire being had turned into a true dragon, a blood-red dragon, carrying the chi of desolation. He was no longer the half-human half-dragon existence, but a true mad dragon's howl. The dragon's sword let out a roar. At this moment, the sword was a dragon and the dragon was a sword. There was no distinction between them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, countless sword beams shot out from the heavenly saint's sword. Each of the sword beams was an azure dragon, a peerless dragon sword. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, colliding with the raging waves formed by the energy. Hung long. The heavens and earth shook. The void was torn apart. The entire battlefield was crushed into pieces. This was Jiang Chen's most powerful attack. The fusion of dragon and sword had unleashed an unparalleled power. This was a battle of the pinnacle. In the end, the raging storm wave cast by the early immortal emperor was destroyed by the heavenly saint's sword. This was the most powerful technique of an early immortal emperor, but it still couldn't do a thing to Jiang Chen. Instead, it caused the chi and blood of the early immortal emperor to be disrupted. From afar, the elder of Yen City was already dumbfounded by what he saw. If Big Yellow's strength had shocked him previously, then Jiang Chen's strength had completely subverted his understanding of cultivation. To him, Jiang Chen's strength was like a legendary existence that could destroy the heavens and earth. Such a scene was something he couldn't even imagine in his dreams. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, the father and daughter were also dumbfounded. Yen Qingqing was still fine, because in her heart, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. He was like a great hero that no one could surpass. Therefore, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen became or what kind of miracles he created, Yen Qingqing wouldn't feel too surprised. She only felt proud of the man that she fell in love with. No one would be able to shut their eyes. However, Yen Donglu was different, because he had met Jiang Chen before. When he saw Jiang Chen's tremendous progress in such a short period of time, he couldn't accept and believe it at all, because the existence of Jiang Chen had also subverted his understanding of cultivation. Damn it! How can this bastard be so powerful? Is he really only an early immortal king? The early immortal emperor seemed somewhat exasperated after failing to do anything to Jiang Chen twice in a row. He didn't even manage to suppress Jiang Chen. Old Wang, this kid isn't easy to deal with. I think it's better for us to join forces and get rid of him. Fukuei spoke. Jiang Chen's performance had made him somewhat anxious. Such a scene had obviously gone beyond his imagination. So, he couldn't wait to get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Only when Jiang Chen was dead could he feel at ease. This won't do. I must kill this kid with my own hands. All of you, don't interfere. The immortal emperor who was called Old Wang was completely infuriated. He felt that given his cultivation base and strength, it would be an incomparably shameful thing if he couldn't take down a puny immortal king. Clang! Old Wang drew out a combat sword. It was an incomparable combat sword. The body of the sword was engraved with complex sword marks, radiating 7-colored radiance. Jiang Chen, you are indeed the most powerful genius that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too weak. You are merely an early immortal king. If you are a little stronger, I will certainly not be a match for you. Next, I won't hold back anymore. Be prepared to die. Old Wang spoke sternly. It's still hard to say who will die. Jiang Chen smiled lung. He had already tested his combat strength. It was absolutely impossible for an early immortal emperor to kill him. No matter how many early immortal emperors attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Chen had a great advantage in fighting an early immortal emperor. Apart from his terrifying means, he wasn't afraid of energy consumption. He had inexhaustible immortal chi. The millions of dragon marks in his chi si could provide him with endless energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of energy consumption at all. Falling flower sword, go to hell. Old Wang attacked once again. He casually swung the combat sword in his hand, causing numerous sword flowers to appear in the void. With incredible speed, he slashed toward Jiang Chen. However, Just as his attack was halfway through, Jiang Chen also attacked. The Heavenly Saint's sword accurately pierced the flaw of his sword technique, making it impossible for him to use the rest of his attack. Clang! The two swords collided. The Immortal Emperor was actually pushed back 3 steps by Jiang Chen. What? This time, the expert was truly shocked. He had already used his immortal weapon and had exerted all his combat strength, but he was still pushed back by Jiang Chen. This was simply unbelievable. What shocked him even more was that Jiang Chen was able to accurately capture the flaw of his combat strength and seize the opportunity to interrupt his attack, causing him to only be able to exert half of his combat strength. That was why he was pushed back. He knew very well that if he could fully exert his attack, he wouldn't be defeated by Jiang Chen. Naturally, he didn't know that this was the terror of the great divination art. Jiang Chen had fully circulated the great divination art, allowing him to see through all the flaws of his opponent during the battle. Again, falling flower sword. The Immortal Emperor attacked once more. In his point of view, Jiang Chen's attack just now was just a coincidence. Swoosh. However, the same thing happened again. When the Immortal Emperor's attack was halfway through, Jiang Chen struck again, pushing the Immortal Emperor back with a single slash of his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Next, the Immortal Emperor continued to attack, but each of his attacks was blocked by Jiang Chen, making him unable to exert his full combat strength. Such a battle was incomparably frustrating. Not only did it affect his combat strength, but it also affected his mental state. The Immortal Emperor was shocked. If it was luck at the beginning, it definitely wasn't as simple as that now. Jiang Chen had used a terrifying technique that could accurately capture the opponent's flaws. Clang! Chila! Jiang Chen took advantage of the distraction of his opponent and attacked again. This time, his strength was even more terrifying. The opponent's sword was sent flying away from his hand. At the same time, the sharp sword Qi left a deep wound on his opponent's chest, causing blood to flow out. Impossible. The expert shook his head violently. His eyes were about to spurt out fire. He couldn't accept such a fact at all. It was just too shocking. He, a dignified early immortal emperor, had been defeated and injured by an immortal king. This was a scene that he had never dreamt of, but it had really happened. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Fu Kuei and the others were also dumbfounded. They had witnessed the whole process of the battle and deeply experienced the scariness of Jiang Chen. Those experts who had looked down on Jiang Chen before had an incomparably ugly expression. They finally knew that this was a young man that they could never underestimate. They also understood that the reason why Jiang Chen didn't choose to escape after rescuing the man wasn't because of his brain, but because of his formidable strength. This kid is too terrifying. Everyone, attack him together. Don't hold back. Chapter 15:24. Fu Kuei didn't dare to delay any longer. Jiang Chen's strength made him very uncomfortable, making him feel that something was about to happen. Fu Kuei suddenly felt that the inescapable net that he had laid out might not be foolproof. It might not be able to take Jiang Chen's life. Not only Fu Kuei, but the other immortal emperors also didn't dare to be negligent. They no longer underestimated Jiang Chen. Including the one who was injured by Jiang Chen's sword Qi, 5 early immortal emperors attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. If it was during normal times, given their cultivation base and identity, they would never gang up on an immortal king junior, because it would be a very shameful thing. But now, face was no longer important. Jiang Chen's power had far exceeded their expectations. He was a peerless monstrous genius, the greatest genius they had ever seen. Even an early immortal emperor was defeated by him. Even though they had joined forces, they didn't dare to underestimate or neglect Jiang Chen in the slightest. On the other side, De Huang Dog and the early immortal emperor were also locked in a battle. The immortal emperor was incomparably depressed, and had the urge to cough up blood. There weren't many abnormal geniuses in the world, but they had encountered all of them. Putting aside Jiang Chen, this dog was also extremely ferocious. The immortal emperor knew very well that he absolutely didn't have the ability to kill this De Huang Dog in a one-on-one battle. There was no doubt about this. What he needed to do now was to continue fighting this dog and wait for the other side to finish off Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Then, De Huang Dog wouldn't be far from death. In his point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a match for 5 early immortal emperors, especially when there was an expert like Fu Kuei among them. Compared to the others, Fu Kuei's strength was still stronger. Under such a formation, Jiang Chen would certainly die. At least that was what he thought. As for the other immortal kings, they were completely useless. They could only stay where they were and become spectators. They couldn't be blamed for this. The battle in front of them wasn't something they could participate in. Once they rushed forward, not only would they be of no help, they would also be killed immediately. No one was willing to take their life as a joke. Hong Long. Under the lead of Fu Kuei, the 5 experts unleashed their incomparably powerful qi at the same time. The qi of immortal emperors was like a tidal wave. Incomparable light shone. The 5 experts launched powerful attacks at Jiang Chen from 5 different directions. Come on! Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest fear. His whole body was covered in red light, making him look like an invincible god of war. The dragon wings on his back had completely fused with the flaming wings of scarlet flame. He held the dragon sword upside down and cast out the 9 phantom wolves' art. His true body aimed at one of the experts, wielding the sword like a saber and slashed at him. The one Jiang Chen was facing wasn't the opponent, but the one who had been injured by him previously. As the saying goes, pick the soft persimmon and pinch it. Facing 5 experts, he had to defeat them one by one. The attacks of the 5 experts were just too powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. Their attacks interweaved into a huge energy net that pressed down on Jiang Chen, attempting to crush Jiang Chen to death. However, Jiang Chen's movement technique was bizarre. His soul power was strong, his senses were keen, and he was proficient in the great divination art. He was always able to avoid the strongest part of the energy net at an extremely fast speed, and then launch his own attack. No matter how powerful an attack was, there would always be a flaw, especially since this was the first time Fu Kuei and the others had cooperated with each other. Their cooperation couldn't be described with the word tacit. Such a disorderly cooperation didn't pose much of a threat to Jiang Chen. The great divination art could accurately find the flaw of the attack and find a place to hide. Hong Long. Violent energy waves rushed out of Jiang Chen's body, resisting the energy attack that was pressing towards him. At the same time, Jiang Chen's soul power had completely locked on the injured immortal emperor. The dragon sword carried all of Jiang Chen's energy and slashed down fiercely. Chila! The immortal emperor had lost the support of his immortal weapon. The immortal skill that he casted was shattered by Jiang Chen's sword. The long sword slashed down like a heavenly sword, reaping the life of the enemy at any time. Not good! The immortal emperor yelled. It was already too late for him to dodge. He wasn't in a good state right now. He had lost his immortal weapon and was injured. He couldn't exert his combat strength at all. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen could still accurately attack him while being attacked by so many experts at the same time. Chila! Arg! Along with a wail, one of the experts' arms was chopped off by the dragon sword. This was an incomparably shocking and bloody scene. An early immortal king chopped off the arm of an early immortal emperor. Such a scene was like a dream to everyone. The instant the arm of the immortal emperor was chopped off, Jiang Chen moved again, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. The speed of the heavenly saint's sword had reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the expert and slashed down at lightning speed. As for the other 4 experts, their attacks had just ended, and they didn't have the time to launch their second attack, because they had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to neutralize their joint attack so easily. Not only that, he was able to defeat them one by one under such an impossible situation, injuring their own men. Save me! The immortal emperor roared. His injuries weren't light. Although he still had a certain amount of combat strength, it depended on who he was dealing with. To Jiang Chen, this little bit of combat strength made no difference. The expert felt the threat of death. It was a feeling that he had never felt before, but now it was so clear. As an immortal emperor, he already had a certain level of prediction ability. He knew very well that given his current state, he absolutely couldn't block the terrifying sword of Jiang Chen. If his companions couldn't quickly block the sword of Jiang Chen to save him, what awaited him was death. Hurry up and save him. Damn it! Everyone was infuriated. If they still allowed Jiang Chen to kill one of their own under such circumstances, it would be too humiliating. Fu Kuei was the first to attack. The mace in his hand was radiating black light, lunging at Jiang Chen at lightning speed. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. His murderous intent was so strong that he turned a blind eye to Fu Kuei's attack. He was very clear about today's situation. He had to kill them one by one. Now that he had the chance, he must kill them at all costs. Chapter 1525. Jiang Chen made up his mind, completely ignoring the attack of Fu Kuei. The 9 phantom wolves was cast out once more. 9 phantoms appeared in different places of the battlefield to distract Fu Kuei's attention. At the same time, the heavenly saint's sword slashed at the early immortal emperor with an indomitable posture. Fight! Seeing the ferocity of Jiang Chen's attack, the immortal emperor had no choice but to use his remaining strength to resist. Unfortunately, how could he resist the all-out attack of Jiang Chen with his current strength? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Arg! Without any surprise, Jiang Chen's dragon sword slashed down, cutting the immortal emperor into 2 halves on the spot. Blood mist splashed everywhere. He died instantly. This was a very shocking scene. A mighty immortal emperor was killed so easily by a puny immortal king. Probably, the expert had never dreamed that he would die in such a way one day. Bang! Jiang Chen didn't feel any better after killing an expert. The mace of Fu Kuei had destroyed all of his doppelgangers. Additionally, the shockwave of the attack had struck his body, sending Jiang Chen flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Big brother Jiang. Seeing Jiang Chen getting injured, Yan Qingqing in the Zulong Tower exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, daughter. Jiang Chen will be fine. Yan Donglu spoke. He believed in Jiang Chen's ability. Such an injury was nothing to Jiang Chen. He was currently in great shock, just like the people outside, because Jiang Chen had just killed an immortal emperor. Such an unimaginable thing had actually happened. Yan Donglu was right. Such an injury was nothing to Jiang Chen. With the help of the wood spiritual qi, he could recover in an instant. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen dared to let Fu Kuei hurt him. The wood spiritual qi was his trump card, his greatest reliance. Damn it! Why is this bastard so abnormal? He killed old Wang. Brother Fu, why didn't you say that this kid is so powerful? Aren't you trying to harm us? Don't say any more. Brother Fu didn't know that he had grown to such an extent. Although old Wang is dead, the 4 of us can still kill him if we work together. He has already been injured by Brother Fu's mace and won't be able to hold on for long. No one wasn't shocked. The death of an immortal emperor was undoubtedly a great blow to their hearts, because they knew very well that old Wang's ability was on par with theirs. Now that old Wang was dead, it indicated that Jiang Chen had the strength to kill any one of them. This was completely different from what they thought before. Even though the 4 of them had joined forces, they still felt uneasy in their hearts, because the person they were going to deal with was much stronger than them. I have already warned you not to underestimate this kid, but don't worry. He has already been injured by me. He will die for sure today. The 4 of us will definitely exhaust him to death. Plus, the reason why his combat strength is so powerful is because of this transformation technique. This technique can increase his combat strength by 10 times. But such a heaven-defying technique certainly won't last for a long time. Once he can't maintain the transformation technique, he will fall into a period of extreme weakness. At that time, he will just be an ant that we can squash as we please. Fu Kuei Lunglung spoke. His idea was excellent and was recognized by everyone. After all, a 10-fold increase in combat strength was even more taboo than a taboo art. As immortal emperors, they knew better than anyone about the considerations of a taboo art. Every time such a taboo art was used, a price had to be paid. Jiang Chen wasn't an exception. However, they had neglected one point. There were many things in this world that they couldn't imagine. They couldn't be guessed and evaluated by common sense, just like Jiang Chen's transformation technique, because it wasn't a technique at all, but Jiang Chen himself. Cut the crap. Kill. One of them was brimming with killing intent. The combat sword in his hand emitted unparalleled sword light. The 4 of them exerted their most powerful combat strength, lunging at Jiang Chen once more. Howl! Jiang Chen's combat sword whistled. He had already unleashed the dragon and sword unification, exerting all of his skills to fight against the 4 immortal emperors. The battle was incomparably intense. Countless divine lights sprinkled down, changing the color of the sky. Holes were formed one after another. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles below crumbled and disintegrated, turning into powder. The earth trembled. The entire battlefield was like the end of the world. Infinite destructive energy rolled. The movement here could be felt from thousands of miles away. Every collision was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Those immortal kings were completely petrified. Some of them who were excited to fight Jiang Chen now felt how ridiculous their idea was. Given their cultivation base, it was a joke for them to participate in this battle. If they were allowed to fight, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from Jiang Chen's sword. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Is he really only an early immortal king? He's fighting 4 early immortal emperors alone, but he's not in a disadvantageous position at all. It seems like none of them is a match for him in a one-on-one battle. He's a peerless genius that can't be seen with the eyes of ordinary people. If such a man isn't eliminated today, he will become a great trouble in the future. We won't have the chance to eliminate him anymore. I think it's going to be very difficult to kill Jiang Chen today. Even the 4 great experts can't do anything to him. Don't worry. That Jiang Chen has consumed a lot of energy. I don't think he can hold on for long. Also, that terrifying transformation skill will disappear very soon. At that time it will be the time of his death. Everyone was shocked. It was a kind of luck to be able to witness such an unprecedented battle. The fierce battle was still going on. Jiang Chen had completely turned into a peerless dragon, wagging his tail in the center of the battlefield. He had cast the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, which allowed him to fight the 4 early immortal emperors like a fish in the water. So far, there was no sign of him losing. Xueqi and the other 3, however, were different. After fighting for a long time, they began to feel somewhat impatient. Their only hope now was that Jiang Chen would run out of energy as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be able to maintain his transformation skill. What made them speechless was that Jiang Chen seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't see any signs of energy exhaustion. Humph! When you are distracted, it will be the time for me to strike back. None of you will be able to escape today. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. He still had a greater trump card. The Qilin Divine Arm. The Qilin Divine Arm could be integrated with the true dragon combat skill. It was the strongest trump card that Jiang Chen currently had. He wasn't willing to use the Qilin Divine Arm easily, but today's situation made it necessary. Chapter 1526. Honglong. The fierce battle was still going on. The 4 immortal emperors had exerted all of their techniques, especially Xueqi, who had almost exerted all of his strength. The current scene was very spectacular. The 4 experts stood in different positions, attacking the blood-red dragon in the middle. The dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, sometimes turning into a sharp sword. Its body flickered between light and dark, looking illusory, bursting out with unparalleled desolate force. Even though it was 1 against 4, the more it fought, the more valiant it became. It didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position at all. Motherfucker! How long can this bastard last? I can't hold on any longer. Someone was so exasperated that he was about to spurt out blood. He had never encountered such a scene before. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. It should be said that the combat strength of an immortal emperor was boundless. They weren't afraid of consumption, especially when the 4 of them joined forces. But now, they were being beaten so badly that their minds were in turmoil. Don't think too much. Continue to attack. We must kill this kid today. Xueqi spoke ferociously. Today was his only and last chance. If he couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have another chance. Xueqi, I quit this deal. This kid can't be killed. You know this very well. I will return the benefits you have given me. I quit. Someone spoke, seemingly ready to leave. As a mighty immortal emperor expert, he naturally wasn't a fool, because even a fool wouldn't be able to reach this level. This expert could see very clearly that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen today. Humph! You want to quit now? It's too late. This Jiang Chen is ruthless. He has already remembered all of you. If you don't kill them today, you will be waiting to be killed by him in the future. A peerless genius like him will advance by leaps and bounds. Very soon, he will surpass us. Plus, this man will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have attacked him today, he will surely kill you all in the future. We have no way out now. Xueqi harumphed coldly. Xueqi, Fuck you, I've been tricked by you. That person was flustered and exasperated, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he also knew that Fu Kuei's words were not wrong. A person like Jiang Chen was ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Today, they attacked Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's character, there was no doubt that he would never let them go. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay today, they had to eliminate Jiang Chen to avoid future troubles. Now, killing Jiang Chen was not only to avenge the Fu Wei brothers, but also to save their own lives. Haha, although Fu Kuei is stupid, what he said is right. If you all offend him, none of us will be able to live. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, arrogant to the extreme. From the moment he decided to attack, he had already sentenced these people to death. None of the 6 immortal emperors would survive. Kill! The 4 of them were infuriated once more. No one chose to retreat. Just like what Fu Kuei had said, they had no way out. If they escaped today, they would die in the future. Hung Long. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Mountains crumbled one after another. The earth was broken. 7-colored light flickered constantly in the sky, sending shivers down people's spines. The fierce battle continued for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no winner or loser. Jiang Chen was just too tenacious. He simply couldn't be killed. Despite the joint attack of the 4 experts, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. By this time, the 4 of them had long been distracted. Their attacks were no longer orderly, let alone cooperating with each other. Apart from Fu Kuei, who was still howling with soaring killing intent, the fighting spirit of the other 3 had begun to weaken. The cooperation of these 4 is already disorderly. Their joint combat strength has begun to weaken. Now it's my turn to attack. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the moment when the 4 of them were distracted. Only then would he be able to destroy them. Roar! Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body curled up, turning into a half-human half-dragon state. At the same time, the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand disappeared, because he was going to use his killer move. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. Then he once again unleashed the 9 Phantom Wolves. Such a marvelous movement skill could often play a crucial role in a fight, especially when the opponent was distracted. It could confuse the opponent's senses, and then Jiang Chen could choose to attack them one by one. Qilin Divine Arm, True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen shouted again. On the thick dragon arm, a cracking sound could be heard. Pieces of golden scales began to cover his arm, and his arm instantly doubled in size. Jiang Chen locked onto one person at lightning speed and attacked that person. Roar! The phantom of the fire Qilin's head flashed, and so did the phantom of the true dragon. When the 2 merged together, it was like the fusion of 2 divine beasts. It was too powerful and earth-shattering. It was a direct enhancement of energy and blessing. Not good. Save me. The immortal emperor felt an extreme sense of danger, and immediately cried for help. Unfortunately, the other 3 were entangled by Jiang Chen's phantom, and couldn't rescue him immediately. Hung Long. The powerful Qilin divine arm smashed heavily on the body of the immortal emperor. The phantom of the Qilin and the true dragon fused together, turning into a primordial beast, and swallowed the immortal emperor with its bloody mouth. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. He was completely caught in the center of the violent energy. It was like the power of a god, wanting to tear his body apart. Even his immortal emperor Qi couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, the immortal emperor was covered in blood. This time, he had suffered unimaginable injuries, and was facing death. Wah! He spurted out blood continuously, his body trembled, and had completely lost his combat strength. His face was full of horror. The energy just now had made him feel infinite fear. That was the shadow of death. Go to hell. Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the slightest chance to live. The true dragon palm rushed out once again, grabbing the expert's head. With a forceful grip, the expert's head was ripped off. Another early immortal emperor expert had fallen. At the same time, in Nanbei family, a golden-haired young man in a golden robe suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was incomparably sharp, as though it could pierce through the void. He was currently in a void, or rather, a sealed space, with variegated laws of law lingering around him. I can smell the chi of Qilin, but I'm at the critical moment of comprehending the monarch heaven art. I can't attack now. Chapter 1527. Young Master Chow. After the youth appeared, he saluted the golden-robed man. Both of them were the top geniuses of Nanbei family. Judging from the surface, their cultivation base was almost the same. Both of them were early immortal Emperor Supreme experts. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men, but the youth who came in was so respectful to the golden-robed youth. It was enough to show the status of the golden-robed youth in Nanbei family. Nanbei E2, I sense the chi of Qilin. It's in the southeast direction. Bring some men to check it out immediately. The golden-robed youth spoke in a commanding tone. Yes, young Master Chow. I'll go right away. Nanbei E2 didn't dare to neglect the golden-robed youth's words. He immediately agreed and vanished from the spatial zone in the blink of an eye. This was a very incomprehensible scene. One should know that Nanbei family, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in eastern Xuanyu. There were countless young disciples under them. The battles between the geniuses who had reached the immortal emperor realm were even fiercer. Two geniuses of the same level were almost equal, just like the crown prince of Great Qian Empire, King Ping and King Fan. Although the crown prince's identity was more distinguished on the surface, in fact, King Fan and King Ping didn't respect him at all. Nanbei E2's respect for the golden-robed youth was incomprehensible. After Nanbei E2 vanished, the golden-robed youth closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend his divine technique. In the battlefield outside Fu City, Jiang Chen had killed an immortal emperor in a domineering manner, causing the hearts of the remaining 3 experts to sink. They had been bombarding Jiang Chen for so long, but they hadn't even scratched the skin of Jiang Chen's hair. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's first counterattack had already killed one of them. Although it was partly due to the opponent's carelessness, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had killed 2 immortal emperors. How could they remain calm? Not good. This kid still has a powerful trump card. He's too powerful. We are no match for him at all. How can there be such an abnormal person in the world? I have experienced countless battles in my life, but I have never experienced such a stifling battle. The facial expressions of the 2 immortal emperors changed completely. Once again, they had the thought of retreating. At this moment, Fu Kuei was, of course, the one who felt the most depressed was none other than Fu Kuei. He had schemed all of this and traveled thousands of miles to capture Yan Qingqing and her father just to lure Jiang Chen out and kill Jiang Chen to avenge his son. He didn't expect that his foolproof plan would turn out to be like this. Haha. Like I said, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's chi soared to the sky. A violent attack was launched at the other early immortal emperor. As a matter of fact, he still had a powerful trump card, the eternal immortal wind. This kind of wind originated from the immortal world. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base continued to improve, the power of the eternal immortal wind would also gradually increase. Due to the environment of the immortal world, it was more suitable to use the immortal wind. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use the eternal immortal wind rashly. He was almost certain that as long as he used the eternal immortal wind, he would immediately draw out the northern and southern dynasties. He had an intuition that even with his current combat strength, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't willing to take the risk. It wasn't the time for him to meet the northern and southern dynasties yet. It was better to let nature take its course. Let's attack together and stop him. Seeing Jiang Chen attacking again, Fu Kuei yelled and raised the mace in his hand, smashing at Jiang Chen. At this time, everyone could see the intention of Jiang Chen. Obviously, he wanted to kill them one by one. If they let Jiang Chen kill one more of them, none of them would be able to leave today. All of them would die here. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as Fu Kuei and the other expert were about to strike, Jiang Chen casted out the 9 phantom wolves again. Phantoms of phantoms appeared and blocked the way of the 2 experts. Damn it! It's this move again. Fu Kuei and the other expert cursed. Their minds were in a mess right now. Such a movement technique could play a key role, making them unable to identify the real body of Jiang Chen. Such an abnormal movement technique was too annoying. Helpless, they could only choose to attack from all directions. Hung Long. Arg! In the blink of an eye, everything was over. Jiang Chen combined the Qilin Divine Arm and the True Dragon combat skill, smashing fiercely on the immortal emperor that he had locked onto. The expert let out a wail. Half of his body was smashed. The remaining half of his body hastily tore the void apart, choosing to escape. Stay here. How could Jiang Chen give his opponent the chance to escape? With a claw, half of the immortal emperor's body was pulled out from the void. Don't. Jiang Chen. Don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. The immortal emperor's face was full of fear. This time he was completely terrified. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a good life. It wasn't easy for every immortal emperor to reach where they were today. They had experienced many trials and tribulations to achieve what they had today. How could they be willing to die? It's too late. Jiang Chen was ruthless and merciless. He would never show the slightest bit of mercy when killing his enemies. He exerted strength in his hand, crushing the body of the immortal emperor, turning it into a mist of blood. After killing another person, Jiang Chen's killing intent soared. His chi was unparalleled, like a peerless devil. The shadow of the divine beast Qilin could be seen on the tip of the Qilin divine arm. How could this be? How could this be? Apart from Fu Kuei, there was another immortal emperor left. The immortal emperor was completely terrified. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. Escaping for his life was the most important thing. As for whether Jiang Chen would seek revenge from him in the future, it was no longer important. The most important thing was to leave this place alive. Qila! How would the immortal emperor dare to delay any longer? Immediately, he tore the void and flashed into it. 5 elemental sphere. Seal the void. Get out. Jiang Chen casted out the 5 elemental sphere. The powerful energy of the sphere spread out like tidal waves, fusing with the void, forming a large spatial barrier. The immortal emperor who had just flashed into the spatial barrier and was about to escape was forced out by the power of the 5 elemental sphere. Impossible. The immortal emperor's facial expression changed drastically. He finally realized the greatest crisis. He was too shocked. Given his cultivation base and strength, it was fine that he couldn't defeat an immortal king brat. But now, he didn't even have the chance to escape. This was simply unimaginable. I've said it before. No one can escape. You have already lost your will to fight. You can only die in my hands. Chapter 1528. While speaking, Jiang Chen attacked. Without any hesitation, the Qilin divine arm crushed the void, pouncing on the immortal emperor like Mount Tai. He didn't pay any attention to Fu Kuei, because he knew that Fu Kuei wouldn't choose to escape. Of course, even if Fu Kuei wanted to escape, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. After displaying all of his trump cards, Jiang Chen had enough ability to control the situation. Jiang Chen, I'm going all out with you. Fu Kuei's eyes turned red as he lunged at Jiang Chen once more. The mace in his hand was about to spurt out flames, leaving a long shadow in the void. He had completely lost his mind and couldn't control his emotions anymore. Jiang Chen had severely stimulated him. His last hope had been shattered. He had been planning to avenge his son, but he didn't expect that it would all come to nothing in the end. Don't worry. I'll kill you later. Jiang Chen spoke lung. As a matter of fact, if Fu Kuei and that immortal emperor joined forces, they would be an incomparably terrifying force. Unfortunately, they had already lost their fighting spirit. A man who had lost his fighting spirit and a lunatic were no longer a threat to Jiang Chen. Sometimes, a battle didn't necessarily rely on combat strength, especially against an opponent whose combat strength was almost the same. Psychological warfare was often very important. Whoever had a better mental quality would be able to control the situation of the battlefield. Hong Long. Jiang Chen's work was still faster than Fu Kuei. Before Fu Kuei's attack arrived, the Qilin divine arm had already bombarded the body of the immortal emperor. The combat sword in the expert's hand was sent flying. The energy shield outside his body was also shattered. The destructive power of the Qilin divine arm still affected his body. Just like the previous opponent, half of his body was shattered by the Qilin divine arm die. Jiang Chen attacked mercilessly. Once again, he cast out a violent energy beam, shattering the immortal emperor. After killing this immortal emperor, he turned to face Fu Kuei. The Qilin arm's might was unparalleled, and the remnant might collided with Fu Kuei's mace, causing Fu Kuei to retreat. On the other side, when the immortal emperor who was locked in battle with De Huang Dog saw that 4 immortal emperors had died in a row, leaving only Fu Kuei, he was already scared out of his wits. He tried his best to abandon De Huang Dog, preparing to escape. If he didn't continue fighting, he would surely die. De Huang Dog was already very difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was even more terrifying. At first, they thought that Jiang Chen's biggest reliance was this dog. Now, it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. Jiang Chen was much more powerful than this dog. He was a super abnormal being. Trying to run? If I let you get away, I won't be able to show my face in the future. Immortal Slaying Sword. De Huang Dog was extremely domineering. How could he give his opponent a chance to escape? Jiang Chen had already killed 4 people in a row. If he couldn't even kill one, he would lose too much face. Howl! The terrifying Immortal Slaying Sword was cast out by De Huang Dog. The current Immortal Slaying Sword was equivalent to a peak Emperor-grade immortal weapon, but in terms of true power, it was much more powerful than an ordinary venerable-grade immortal weapon. After all, the Immortal Slaying Sword was the natal immortal weapon of Immortal Slayer King, a true great sovereign weapon. Given De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, he could already exert the power of the Immortal Slaying Sword without falling into a severe state of weakness. The Immortal Slaying Sword was too terrifying. It carried the massive might of a great sovereign. The chi it emitted could make one's soul tremble. The terrifying Immortal Slaying Sword was like a divine light, sprinkling a sword net, enshrouding the expert in an instant and slashing down. Arg! Such a powerful trump card was even scarier than Jiang Chen's Qilin arm. The early Immortal Emperor was already trembling in fear and had lost his will to fight. Now that he was facing the Immortal Slaying Sword, he was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. After killing the expert, De Huang Dog kept the Immortal Slaying Sword. The chi on his body began to weaken. The consumption of forcefully casting the sovereign weapon was too great. Even if De Huang Dog was an abnormal being, he couldn't cast it continuously. Given his current cultivation base, it was already very terrifying to be able to cast it once. At this point, all 5 early Immortal Emperors were dead. Only Xueqi was still alive. The rest of the Immortal Kings had long been scared to the point of wetting their pants. They were completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Regrettably, these bastards didn't take advantage of the battle just now to escape. It seemed like they still had high hopes for those Immortal Emperors. De Huang, on the other hand, has killed all of those Immortal Kings. None of them were left alive. Jiang Chen spoke. None of those who appeared in this valley today would be spared. All of them must die. This was Jiang Chen's style of doing things. He had always been ruthless and merciless to his enemies. What? Jiang Chen's words made those Immortal Kings recover from their shock. One by one, they began to exclaim. Only now did they realize the crisis. It turned out that this battle wasn't just between Immortal Emperors and Jiang Chen. Only then did they realize that they were also involved in it. Don't kill us. Arg! Someone shouted, but it was too late. With their abilities, there was no way they could withstand Big Yellow's terrifying attack. Big Yellow was ferociously attacking them. It was a complete massacre. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. In just a few breaths of time, all the Immortal Kings were slaughtered by De Huang Dog. At this time, only Xueqi was left on the battlefield. The father and daughter in the ancestral dragon pagoda, as well as the old man in the distance, were shocked speechless. They had never seen a battle like this before. It was a battle between 2 peak experts. It was impossible for such a battle to happen in a small place like Yen City. Xueqi, now it's your turn. At this time, do you still want to avenge your son? Jiang Chen sneered at Xueqi. Haha. Xueqi suddenly burst into laughter, but his laughter was full of despair. That's right, it was despair. Looking at the corpses and flesh that covered the mountains and plains, he couldn't speak a word. He felt as though he was dreaming. Jiang Chen, I will still fight you to the death. Xueqi moved again, taking the initiative to attack. He infused all his energy into the mace and slashed towards Jiang Chen. He knew that this might be his last attack. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. In a one-on-one situation, he would die for sure if he fought against Jiang Chen. However, Xueqi still acted decisively, because he knew very well that Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go. Come on, I'll give you face if you die like this. Chapter 1529. Xueqi was courting death. All of his attacks were scattered and couldn't pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen struck out the Qilin divine arm and clashed with Fu Kuei's mace. The mace was bounced away. At the same time, the remaining power of the Qilin divine arm didn't diminish and heavily hit Fu Kuei's head. Fu Kuei didn't even have the chance to scream before his head was smashed by Jiang Chen. He died on the spot. Jiang Chen didn't torture Fu Kuei. Instead, he gave him a quick death and didn't let him suffer too much pain. To Fu Kuei, if he couldn't kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be able to take revenge in this life. In that case, killing him would be a kind of relief. Otherwise, he would have to live under the shadow of Jiang Chen for the rest of his life. Wakaka. Satisfying. Little Chenzi, your current combat strength is just too powerful, especially the fusion of the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique. It's simply too abnormal. De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side. Today, he had finally killed to his heart's content. Fu Kuei's death can be considered as the end of a grudge. Once such a person goes crazy, he will be very scary. If he isn't eliminated, there will be other troubles in the future. Jiang Chen spoke. Such an enemy must never be left alive. Although Fu Kuei couldn't cause any threat or harm to him, he could still find trouble with the people that he had come into contact with before, just like what happened to Yan Qingqing and Yan Donglu. Such trouble was what Jiang Chen was most afraid of. Therefore, he must eliminate the root of the problem when cutting the grass. At this moment, 3 tyrannical figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. They were 3 young men, all of whom had imposing appearances and extraordinary bearings. Their faces were filled with arrogance that came from their bones, and they were filled with arrogance from the inside out. More importantly, their cultivation base was at the early immortal emperor realm. Every young immortal emperor was a famous figure in East Xuanyu, because the emergence of a young immortal emperor would always cause some commotion, spreading the news across the entire East Xuanyu at the fastest speed, letting everyone know about it. The other 2 were also half-step immortal emperors. Such figures would be considered as very powerful geniuses even in Genius Prefecture. After the 3 of them appeared, their gazes fell on Jiang Chen, or rather, on Jiang Chen's Qilin divine arm. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still in the state of transformation. He had just killed Fu Kuei, so he didn't even have time to put away the Qilin divine arm. Not good. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. Not good. People like him had the sharpest senses. Sometimes, he could tell whether the opponent was a friend or foe just by looking at their eyes. Furthermore, the fact that the 3 of them were paying attention to his Qilin divine arm had already made Jiang Chen understand something. What he was sure of was that these 3 were absolutely not the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Fu City was within the territory of Great Qian Empire. The geniuses of other major powers wouldn't appear here for no reason. In other words, these 3 were most likely attracted by the previous battle. However, although the battle here was intense, it absolutely couldn't be heard outside of Great Qian Empire. Then, there was only one explanation. The real reason that attracted these 3 was the Qilin divine arm. Swoosh! Jiang Chen kept the Qilin divine arm and the dragon form, returning to his original appearance. He glanced at the 3 of them, then said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, let's go." This place wasn't suitable for detention. He didn't want to clash with the 3 of them. The previous intense battle had consumed a lot of his energy. Plus, the leader of the group was a true early immortal emperor expert. In the face of existences like Crown Prince and Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for them. There was no doubt about it. After all, geniuses like Yang Bufan and Crown Prince were far from what people like Fu Kuei could compare to. Both of them were on completely different levels. They were existences that could fight intermediate immortal emperors. Not only did they have terrifying combat strength, but they also had extremely powerful trump cards. Stop! As soon as Jiang Chen turned around, the leading youth spoke. Brother E2, the technique that Kid used just now seems to be the technique of Fire Qilin. One of them said in a low voice. I know. The youth spoke. He stepped in the air and came to Jiang Chen's side. Brother, I don't think we know each other, right? Jiang Chen asked. I'm Nanbei E2 of Nanbei family. I don't care what you have experienced here, but I want to know, where did you get the Qilin technique? The youth asked. His tone was incomparably cold. In order to find the Fire Qilin, Nanbei family had almost searched the entire East Xuanyu, but to no avail. Today, he had to lock on to Jiang Chen. This is my private matter. I don't think I need to explain it to you, right? No matter how powerful Nanbei family is, they can't control everyone in the world. Besides, This is the territory of Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen also spoke coldly. Facing the people of Nanbei family, he really couldn't put on a good face. Not to mention that the other party's expression was also extremely unpleasant. He would not use his hot face to stick to their cold buttocks. Not to mention whether the northern and southern dynasties had anything to do with this Nanbei family. Just the fact that Jiang Chen had crippled the fire Qilin of Nanbei family had basically determined the relationship between him and Nanbei family. Sooner or later, they would be hostile. Jiang Chen just didn't want to go against them now. After all, his cultivation was still weak, and he had indirectly offended Corpse Yin sect, Huangquan Gate, and Divine Line sect. Although he had Great Qian Empire as his backing, to Jiang Chen, only his own strength was the most reliable. In this world where only the strong were respected, one should never expect to rely on others. Only oneself could be relied on. Kid, how dare you speak to Brother E2 in such a tone? Are you courting death? Not to mention you, even the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire would have to show some respect to our Brother E2. Who do you think you are? The person beside Nanbei E2 couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and scolded. It seems that your Nanbei family is used to being arrogant. But let me warn you, don't point your finger at me. There were people who did it in the past, but they all died in the end. Jiang Chen looked at that genius with incomparably cold eyes. Nanbei E2 waved his hand, indicating for the people around him to calm down. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, "What's your name?" Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He never hid his name because there was nothing to hide. If the other party wanted to kill him, they wouldn't let him go just because he hid his name. Tell me, where is the fire Qilin? Release the fire Qilin and you can still be saved. Nanbei E2 said. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression. Humph. Jiang Chen, you'd better not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In the entire East Xuanyu, no one dares to touch the fire Qilin. I don't know where you get such courage from. Young Master Chao has already sensed the fire Qilin's aura, so he gave the location. Therefore, the Qilin skill on you must have come from the fire Qilin because young Master Chao will never be wrong about it. Whether you admit it or not, the disappearance of the fire Qilin is related to you. Nanbei E2 snorted coldly. If it was just based on the Qilin skill, he wouldn't dare to directly conclude that the disappearance of the fire Qilin was related to Jiang Chen. After all, the fact that he could use the Qilin skill didn't mean that he was the culprit who killed the fire Qilin. However, young Master Chao had clearly sensed the fire Qilin's aura. No one doubted young Master Chao's ability. Not even the entire Nanbei family. Therefore, Nanbei E2 concluded that the Qilin skill displayed by Jiang Chen must have originated from the fire Qilin. In other words, the disappearance of the fire Qilin must be related to Jiang Chen. Young Master Chao? This was the first time this title appeared in Jiang Chen's ears. It made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat, because this title reminded him of the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei family. Young Master Chao. There wouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. He was now certain that the northern and southern dynasties must be the people of Nanbei family. Perhaps it was this young Master Chao. From the respect Nanbei E2 had for young Master Chao, it wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chao's position in Nanbei family was absolutely transcendent. The young Master Chao you mentioned, is he from the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Nonsense. The people of Nanbei family are naturally Nanbei. You haven't even heard of young Master Chao, yet you still have the nerve to mingle in East Xuanyu. A person beside Nanbei E2 said in a mocking tone. If there was anyone in East Xuanyu who didn't know the name of young Master Chao of Nanbei family, then what was the point of mingle in East Xuanyu? Sure enough, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog exchanged glances. They had finally found the main character. He absolutely didn't believe that there was a second northern and southern dynasties in this world. The northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world were definitely this young Master Chao, the old enemy of Jiang Chen. Back then, when Jiang Chen had just ascended, he had suffered a very serious attack and almost lost his life. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal mark, he would have died. Now, it seemed that it was undoubtedly this young Master Chao who did it. Moreover, from this person's tone, it wasn't hard to tell that the northern and southern dynasties had a very great reputation in East Xuanyu. Even a character like Nanbei E2 had to respect him. Jiang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the fire Qilin and you may still have a chance to live. Nanbei Itu spoke again, but deep in his eyes, a strong killing intent was revealed. In his opinion, in the entire East Xuanyu, anyone who dared to touch the sacred beast of Nanbei family would only have one ending: death. Since Jiang Chen had done it, he would definitely die. But now, the most important thing was to find the fire Qilin. Therefore, Nanbei Itu could promise that as long as Jiang Chen handed over the fire Qilin, he would let him live. It seems that you won't believe me if I say that I didn't see it. But no matter how arrogant your Nanbei family is, I, Jiang Chen, don't care. You can't threaten me. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was almost nothing more to say. He could feel the killing intent from Nanbei Itu. Chapter 1530. Jiang Chen no longer denied the fact that the fire Qilin was the culprit, because in his point of view, it didn't matter anymore. Moreover, his qi had already been sensed by the northern and southern dynasties when he used the Qilin arm. So it was useless for him to deny it. Jiang Chen knew very well that since he had been targeted by Nanbei family, there was basically no room for reconciliation. Nanbei Itu wanted to kill him, but he wanted to see the fire Qilin first before killing him. That was all. In the eyes of Nanbei family, he was already a dead man. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Nanbei Itu was infuriated. He felt that he had already given the opponent a chance, but the opponent didn't know how to cherish it. Since the opponent was so stubborn, there was nothing more to say. He had received the order from young Master Chao to find the fire Qilin at all costs, which was obviously related to Jiang Chen. Therefore, Nanbei Itu decided to cripple Jiang Chen first, then capture him and bring him to Nanbei family. Hong. An incomparably powerful qi wave was suddenly released from Nanbei Itu's body. They were all early immortal emperors, but in terms of qi alone, Fu Kuei and the others were far inferior to Nanbei Itu. To put it bluntly, if Fu Kuei and Nanbei Itu were to fight each other, the former would be killed instantly. This was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. They were superior to ordinary people not only in talent and cultivation speed, but also in combat strength. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. The void above trembled. Then, a young man in black walked out of the void. The aura he exuded was no weaker than Nanbei Itu's. Moreover, he had a strong emperor's aura. It was a sign of a superior. His every move, even his ordinary gaze, was filled with a fierce color. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. The visitor was none other than Yang Bufan. Not long after Jiang Chen left, he went to Dan Prefecture to look for Jiang Chen and happened to bump into Xian Zhong. Then, he asked the disciple who was guarding the mountain about the direction Jiang Chen had gone to. After all, he was very clear about the enmity between Jiang Chen and Fu Kuei. Yang Bufan couldn't put his mind at ease, so he rushed over and happened to see Nanbei Itu about to attack Jiang Chen. Naturally, Yang Bufan wouldn't allow it. Yang Bufan's qi collided with Nanbei Itu's, blasting a large hole in the void. This was just a collision of qi. Naturally, the outcome was a draw. Although Yang Bufan had just advanced to the immortal emperor realm, he was already on par with Crown Prince. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight Nanbei Itu. Yang Bufan came to Jiang Chen's side. Seeing that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, he felt relieved. His eyes swept across the messy battlefield and the broken corpses. He basically understood what had just happened here. Why didn't you tell me about this? Yang Bufan scolded. Haven't I already solved it myself? Jiang Chen shrugged. He knew that Yang Bufan was worried about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here. Could it be that King Fan of Great Chen Empire is going to intervene in the matter of our Nanbei family? Nanbei Itu spoke. The sudden appearance of Yang Bufan had made his face darken. He could recognize Yang Bufan's identity at first glance. After all, he and Yang Bufan were from the same generation. Although Yang Bufan had disappeared for 10 years, they had already met 10 years ago. Moreover, after Yang Bufan returned, he was conferred the title of King Fan. His name had become very famous. There was basically no one in East Xuanyu who didn't know him. But what Nanbei Itu didn't expect was that Yang Bufan's cultivation base had become so strong. The collision just now was enough to make him understand that Yang Bufan's current cultivation base and combat strength weren't any weaker than his. Furthermore, it seemed that Yang Bufan had appeared especially for Jiang Chen. If King Fan of Great Qian Empire came forward to protect Jiang Chen, it would be a little troublesome. It wouldn't be easy for him to take Jiang Chen away today. Yang Bufan turned to Nanbei Yi and said in a flat tone, "Nanbei Yi, I don't care about the matters of your Nanbei family, but Jiang Chen is my brother. I naturally won't allow you to touch my brother." Yang Bufan had made his attitude and purpose very clear. He and Jiang Chen had been through life and death together. They were like brothers. Not to mention Nanbei family, even if the Emperor of Heaven wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he would still step forward to stop him. Jiang Chen has captured the sacred beast of Nanbei family, Fire Qilin. Nanbei family will never let this matter go. I'm afraid that it's impossible for King Fan to protect him. Nanbei Yi said Lung Lung. Upon hearing this, Yang Bufan couldn't help but frown. This was what he was most worried about. Jiang Chen had touched the Fire Qilin. What he was most afraid of was being exposed. As a matter of fact, he had already guessed it when Nanbei Yi came to him today. Nanbei family wasn't easy to deal with. This was an ancient family with an extremely powerful foundation that even surpassed Great Qian Empire. The loss of the Fire Qilin of Nanbei family may not necessarily be related to Jiang Chen. Great Qian Empire and Nanbei family have always minded our own business. I hope you won't take this opportunity to stir up trouble. Yang Bufan spoke. He knew the importance of the Fire Qilin to Nanbei family. It was the symbol of Nanbei family's luck. If they were sure that Jiang Chen had captured the Fire Qilin, they would kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Since King Fan has said so, I'll bring Jiang Chen back to the family first. If Jiang Chen didn't capture the Fire Qilin, we won't touch him, said Nanbei Yi. Nanbei Yi spoke. Judging from his look, he didn't want to have a bad relationship with Yang Bufan here. According to his previous plan, he would attack Jiang Chen directly. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen had such a good relationship with Yang Bufan. No, I won't agree. Yang Bufan's attitude was firm. What a joke. If Jiang Chen was brought back to Nanbei family, how could he come back alive? King Fan, I've already given you a lot of face. Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because this is Great Qian Empire. Today, I must bring Jiang Chen away. If you continue to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Nanbei Yi was infuriated. He felt that he had already made a big concession. He had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation of East Xuanyu. Nanbei family had never been afraid of anything. Today, he had to complete the task that young Master Chao had given him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Furthermore, Nanbei Yi was basically sure that the loss of the Fire Qilin was related to Jiang Chen. So what if I'm impolite? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 1531. Both Nanbei Yi and Yang Bufan unleashed their powerful qi. The two great geniuses refused to give in to each other. One wanted to capture Jiang Chen and find out the whereabouts of the Fire Qilin, while the other wanted to protect Jiang Chen from getting hurt. Since neither of them was willing to compromise, the result could only be determined with their strength. As the young king of Great Qian Empire, Yang Bufan wasn't afraid of offending Nanbei family. As for Nanbei Yi, he was a first-class genius of Nanbei family. He wasn't afraid of Yang Bufan either. King Fan of Great Qian Empire. I heard that he has disappeared for 10 years. After he came back, his name has spread far and wide. Now, he has already become an immortal emperor. Today, I would like to see how powerful the young prince of Great Qian Empire is. Nanbei Yi unleashed his powerful combat intent. Let's begin. I also want to see how powerful the first-class genius of Nanbei family is. Yang Bufan's eyes sparkled. Yang Bufan's eyes glittered. The thing he was least afraid of was battle. A man like him was born for battle. Today, he and Nanbei Yi were destined to have a battle. Jiang Chen was indeed the main reason, but both of them were young and arrogant. Both of them were eager to have a battle with each other. They were on the same level, which was the best way to stimulate their competitive spirit. Once they defeated their opponent, their competitive spirit would be satisfied, which would be of great help to their future cultivation. Little Chenzi, you and De Huang leave this place first. I'm going to fight the genius of Nanbei family today. Yong Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. His chi had reached the extreme. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. The two of you, take down Jiang Chen. Nanbei Yitu spoke to the two behind him, giving an order. In Nanbei Yitu's point of view, Jiang Chen was merely an immortal king expert. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? As for the battle just now, he didn't see it with his own eyes. So he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He thought that it would be an incomparably easy task for the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family to take down Jiang Chen. Yes. With a sway, the two geniuses of the Nanbei family instantly blocked the path of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog exchanged glances with each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. If they were to fight, he would not mind killing anyone from the Nanbei family. Nanbei Yitu, I advise you not to let your men touch Jiang Chen. Yong Bufan kindly reminded. Humph. Yong Bufan, we must take down Jiang Chen today. Since he dares to touch the fire Qilin of our Nanbei family, this will be his ending. Nanbei Yitu's attitude was tyrannical. It seemed that he didn't want to give Jiang Chen any chance at all. Sigh. What a pity. Yong Bufan shook his head and glanced at the two geniuses of Nanbei family with pity in his eyes. Nanbei Yitu might not know what kind of battle had just taken place here, but Yong Bufan was very clear about it. Besides, he also knew how abnormal Jiang Chen's combat strength was. Even the early immortal emperor Fu Kuei was killed by Jiang Chen. Even though the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family were powerful geniuses, their combat strength was at most the same as Fu Kuei. Since Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Fu Kuei, naturally, he could also kill them. Given Jiang Chen's temperament and style of doing things, he would never show mercy. Therefore, Yong Bufan was almost certain that if these two insisted on attacking Jiang Chen, there would only be one ending for them, death. Cut the crap. Yong Bufan, watch my move. Nanbei Yitu took the lead to attack. He struck out a large area of divine light. The reddish-golden divine light was completely condensed from terrifying destructive energy. It carried a power that could sweep away everything, striking at Yong Bufan. The divine light was like a peerless divine sword. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn into two. Its speed was so fast that it reached Yong Bufan in the blink of an eye. Just in time. Yong Bufan's combat intent was boundless. He could feel that Nanbei Yitu's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Crown Prince. Nanbei Yitu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, but Yong Bufan wasn't afraid at all. What he desired the most now was a battle like this. The two of them opened up a battlefield in an instant. Yong Bufan pointed his finger like a sword and struck out a ray of divine light. This was a terrifying finger technique with incomparably shocking lethality. It was much more powerful than Jiang Chen's 9 solar finger. It could be said that they weren't on the same level. Jiang Chen's 9 solar finger was just a combat technique of the lower world, whereas Yong Bufan's nameless finger art was a true immortal technique. They couldn't be compared at all. Hong Long. Yong Bufan and Nanbei Yitu instantly clashed fiercely. This was the first time these two great geniuses fought each other. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. They represented the two major powers of East Xuanyu. Victory or defeat was no longer just about personal glory. Both of them had the glory of their families. In just a few blinks, Yong Bufan and Nanbei Yitu had fought for more than a dozen rounds. Naturally, they were evenly matched. It wasn't easy for geniuses like them to determine the winner in a short period of time. On the other side, the two great geniuses of Nanbei family had completely stopped Jiang Chen. Their eyes were cold and fierce, looking at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at their prey. That's right. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was their prey, a target that they must capture. Jiang Chen, you really have the guts to touch the fire Qilin of Nanbei family. No one in the entire East Xuanyu dares to do so. I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight, so that we brothers don't have to do it. One of the geniuses of Nanbei family, Lang Lang, spoke. The fact that they dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Jiang Chen showed that they didn't understand Jiang Chen at all. Then I'll give you two a piece of advice. You'd better get out of my sight now before I think of killing you. Jiang Chen spoke plainly, not putting the two of them in his heart. Of course, the reason why he dared to say so was because of his great confidence. Humph! What an arrogant man! How dare a puny little immortal king talk to us like this? Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The other genius harumphed coldly. He didn't seem to have a good temper. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Jiang Chen. His huge palm clawed the void and crushed it, forming a terrifying palm that reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. One had to admit that the geniuses of Nanbei family were truly powerful. Although they were only half-step immortal emperors, their true combat strength wasn't any weaker than early immortal emperors like Fu Kuei and the others. Roar! Jiang Chen roared wildly, instantly transforming into his dragon form. Today he had killed Fu Kuei and the others. Now, he was going to fight the geniuses of Nanbei family. It could be said that Jiang Chen was enjoying himself. All of a sudden, he struck out the true dragon palm, colliding with the palm of the genius. Hung Long! A terrifying bang blasted a large hole in the void. Under such a terrifying force, Jiang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. In this first confrontation, the opponent had gained the upper hand, but such an outcome had shocked the 2 geniuses of Nanbei family. This bastard is actually so powerful? Chapter 1532. The 2 geniuses of Nanbei family were shocked. This was a very normal thing. Anyone who fought with Jiang Chen for the first time would be shocked, because no one in the entire cultivation world had ever reached such an abnormal level. No one could fight an immortal emperor at the early immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen's existence could be described as a weirdo. They didn't know that the reason why Jiang Chen was forced back was just to test the strength of the genius. If Jiang Chen exerted his full combat strength, it would be impossible for him to repel Jiang Chen. The 2 great geniuses of Nanbei family were filled with killing intent. They no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Their qi had firmly sealed the void. Although they were shocked, their desire to kill Jiang Chen had become even stronger. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the battle between Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yi, then shifted his gaze to the 2 geniuses of Nanbei family. He knew that the enmity between him and Nanbei family had been completely formed because of his Qilin arm. However, it was only a matter of time before a life-and-death battle. So why should he be polite today? De Huang, how about we each take one? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog with a smile. Yeah, that's the best, but Master Dog can't use the second attack of the immortal execution sword for the time being. It's still a little difficult to kill one of them. I'll help you entangle one of them while you go and get rid of the other one. De Huang Dog smiled grimly. He liked to do this kind of thing the most, but given his current combat strength, it would still be somewhat difficult to kill such a genius unless he used the immortal execution sword. However, the immortal execution sword had already been used once. With De Huang Dog's current strength, it would be hard for him to use it again in a short period of time. The immortal execution sword was, after all, a powerful great sovereign weapon. If it was an ordinary person, it would be unrealistic to use the slightest power of the immortal execution sword. Very good, that's all. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. De Huang Dog's suggestion was indeed the best way to deal with them one by one. As for the powerful Nanbei Yi, his existence had lost its meaning. It was impossible for him to get past Jiang Chen to kill him. Others might not know about Yang Bufan's ability, but Jiang Chen was very clear about it. The ultimate explosive power of the evil lord was unimaginable to ordinary people. The Crown Prince and King Ping were incomparable to Yang Bufan in essence. There was an essential gap between them. This gap wasn't obvious at the moment, but as their cultivation base improved, it would become more and more obvious. Sooner or later, Yang Bufan would leave them behind. Yang Zanqing saw this essential advantage and potential in Yang Bufan, which was why he valued Yang Bufan so much. He didn't hesitate to give Yang Bufan 2 Snow Jade King Ginseng to help him improve his cultivation base. Roar! De Huang Dog let out a deafening roar at one of them. It was a clear provocation. Fuck! How dare a dog provoke me? Courting death! I'm going to kill this dog first. The genius of Nanbei family was infuriated. What kind of identity did he have? He was a dignified half-step immortal emperor supreme genius. No matter where he went, he would be respected. Who would dare to disrespect him? How dare this dog provoke him? His eyes were filled with disdain. Motherfucker! How could he be despised by a dog? This was too ridiculous. If he didn't slap this dog to death, he would lose all his face. Hong! The anger of the genius soared to the sky. He slapped at De Huang Dog. The power of this slap was enough to crush a mountain. The void was crushed into pieces. However, in the face of such an attack, the Huang dog's reaction was to face it head-on. Sure enough, a brainless dog. The genius sneered, but he would soon be shocked like those people who had dealt with the Huang dog in the past. Bang! Terrifying energy collided with each other. The powerful dog head had actually pierced through the palm of the genius. It was incomparably powerful. Wakaka! The Huang dog let out his signature laugh. His already majestic body instantly doubled in size. A pair of wings sprouted on his back. His whole body was radiating dazzling light as he charged at the genius once more. Motherfucker! This dog is so powerful. The genius cursed. He had the urge to spurt out blood, but he wasn't afraid of the Huang dog. In his eyes, it was just a dog after all. It would be as easy as flipping his hand to kill it. On the other side, Jiang Chen struck out his qilin arm, rushing at another genius like a storm. Sure enough, it's the skill of the fire qilin. This guy must have captured the fire qilin and injured it. When the genius saw Jiang Chen's qilin arm, he was sure that Jiang Chen and the fire qilin were related. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Jiang Chen's attack was too fierce. It made him feel a sense of danger, and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Clang! The genius didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he had encountered a peerless monster. He immediately took out his combat weapon and slashed at the qilin arm. The qilin arm alone wasn't that powerful. However, when the qilin divine arm fused with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm, it was equivalent to the perfect fusion of the fire qilin's innate divine ability and the true dragon combat skill. The power of the two was directly superimposed, which made it Jiang Chen's most terrifying attack. Hung Long. The qilin divine arm was like an ancient divine arm that could shatter the ages, penetrate everything, and crush the galaxy. At this moment, the qilin divine arm collided with the combat weapon of the genius of Nanbei family. That part of the void was instantly smashed. Violent energy surged everywhere. If an ordinary late immortal king fell into this place, the energy wave alone would be enough to tear him to pieces. Arg! Under such a collision, the genius let out a cry of surprise. His entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he could stabilize himself. Wah! Wah! The genius suffered a tremendous shock. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale instantly. His chi had also withered. One had to admit that a genius like him was incomparably powerful. Previously, when Jiang Chen used the qilin divine arm to fight those early immortal emperors, half of their bodies were smashed and the immortal weapon in their hands were sent flying away. And yet, this genius was still able to stand there unscathed, holding on to his immortal artifact tightly. Just this fact alone was more than enough for him to be proud of. Chapter 1533. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be such a terrifying person? The genius kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept such a result and reality. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked, because this had already exceeded everyone's understanding. He had never seen such a monstrous person. I asked you to scram just now, but you didn't. Now, you don't even have the chance to do so anymore. Jiang Chen retracted his qilin arm. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. There was no longer a need to use the qilin arm to kill this genius. The fusion of the qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique would consume a lot of Jiang Chen's energy every time he used it. This genius of Nanbei family was already seriously injured. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It would be a piece of cake for Jiang Chen to kill him. Howl! The heavenly saint's sword let out a roar, and the entire sword transformed into a blood-red dragon. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the genius's head. Its speed was too fast, and in a split second, it was so terrifying that no one could react. Not good! The genius yelled. At this moment, he felt a strong threat of death. This threat made his soul tremble. It was an unprecedented feeling, the chi of death. The genius knew that given his current condition, it was no longer suitable for him to fight Jiang Chen head-on. If he did, his life would be in danger. With a sway, he tore the void apart and fled far away, trying to avoid Jiang Chen's sword. Unfortunately, how could it be that easy to avoid Jiang Chen's sword? The terrifying sword chi had already sealed everything. Even if he hid in the void, he wouldn't be able to escape from the attack of this sword. Puh! Arg! Along with a wail, half of the genius's body was chopped off. Blood gushed out. Even his internal organs flew out. The scene looked extremely bloody. The genius's face was full of fear. Such an injury was just too serious, but to a half-step immortal emperor, even having half of his body chopped off wasn't enough to kill him. As long as he could escape, there was still a chance for him to recover in the future. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him that chance. Swoosh! Jiang Chen slashed out a second time almost at the same time that his opponent's body was chopped off. This time, the genius had no way to dodge and was beheaded on the spot. He was deader than dead. This scene was witnessed by Nanbei Yi and the other geniuses. They, who were fighting fiercely, were dumbfounded on the spot. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so terrifying. He killed one of their supreme geniuses in such a short time. Bastard! Nanbei Yi bellowed and charged at Jiang Chen. Apart from shock, he was more furious. He couldn't help but be furious. He was the one who brought that genius here. Now he had died here. If he couldn't take down Jiang Chen in the end, he, Nanbei Yi, wouldn't have the face to go back and would be punished by young Master Chao. Thinking of young Master Chao's terrifying means, Nanbei Yi couldn't help but shudder. Nanbei Yi, your opponent is me. We haven't decided the winner yet. Yang Bufan stood in front of Nanbei Yi. How could he give Nanbei Yi the chance to kill Jiang Chen? As a matter of fact, the scene of Jiang Chen killing that genius just now had shocked him. Especially the power of the Qilin divine arm. It was his first time seeing it. Get lost! Nanbei Yi bellowed and lunged at Yang Bufan. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle in an instant. On the other side, Jiang Chen simply ignored the threat of Nanbei Yi. His eyes shifted to the other half-step immortal emperor genius, wielding a long sword in his hand, advancing step by step towards him. That genius's facial expression changed dramatically. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was as though he had seen a ghost. In his eyes, the current Jiang Chen was a peerless devil king, a supreme killing god. After witnessing the scene of Jiang Chen killing his companion, he was almost certain that he was no match for Jiang Chen. There was also a terrifying De Huang dog beside him. If Nanbei Yi didn't come to help him, he was afraid that he would end up like his companion, dying tragically under the sword of Jiang Chen. Nanbei Mu, leave this place now. Don't fight him head-on. Nanbei Yi reminded. At this time, even a fool could see that if Nanbei Mu didn't leave now, there was basically no chance for him to leave. If he stayed, he would die for sure. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man. He even dared to touch the fire Qilin. So what if he killed two geniuses of Nanbei family? All right. Nanbei Mu nodded. Without any delay, he tore the void with his bare hands and went in. You still want to leave at this time? Too slow. Jiang Chen kept the heavenly saint's sword and cast out the Qilin divine arm once more. At the same time, his body flashed into the interior of the void. Hung long. Terrifying energy spread out from the interior of the void. The heavens and earth shattered. A huge hole was created in the void. Then, two figures walked out from the interior of the void. One of them was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nanbei Mu? On the opposite side of Nanbei Mu, Jiang Chen's face was filled with coldness and killing intent. Nanbei Mu's face was extremely unsightly. His eyes were filled with fear. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all in the beginning, but he didn't expect such an ending. He had been doing very well in Nanbei family. He had reached the half-step immortal emperor realm at a young age. It could be said that his future was boundless. He had great hopes and fantasies about his future. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone that this day would come so quickly and in such a way. Brother Yi, save me. Nanbei Mu yelled at Nanbei Yi. He didn't want to die, nor was he willing to die. In the face of the tiger-like Jiang Chen, he knew that he had absolutely no hope of escaping. At this time, the only one who could save his life was Nanbei Yi. If even Nanbei Yi couldn't save him, he would die for sure. Stop! Nanbei Yi bellowed. His eyes that were staring at Jiang Chen were about to spurt out fire. He had never thought that Jiang Chen could be this powerful. Despite Nanbei Mu's cultivation base, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Yang Bufan, let's forget about today's matter. Let me take Nanbei Mu away. Nanbei Yi compromised. One had to admit that this was a wise choice. He did want to capture Jiang Chen, but with Yang Bufan here, this wish was basically impossible. Initially, he thought that Nanbei Mu and Yang Bufan were enough to deal with Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that one of them would die in the blink of an eye. Now, Nanbei Mu was about to be killed by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1534. I can let you take Nanbei Mu away, but I don't know if Jiang Chen will agree to it or not. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He didn't care about Nanbei Mu's life or death. His appearance this time was just to ensure the safety of Jiang Chen and ensure that Jiang Chen wouldn't be killed by Nanbei too. But he couldn't control Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had his own means of doing things. He would never listen to anyone. Yang Bufan knew that Nanbei Mu was going to die today. According to Jiang Chen's style of doing things, he would never leave any chance for his enemy to live. Swish! Nanbei Yi shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen. Lang Ling said, Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill Nanbei Mu, you're finished. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. In the face of Nanbei Yi's threat, Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. He had heard too many of such meaningless threats, and such threats were useless to him. Nanbei Yi, your words are useless to me. Even if I let Nanbei Mu go, you won't let me go either. So whether I kill Nanbei Mu or not, the result will be the same. In that case, why should I spare Nanbei Mu's life? I, Jiang Chen, will never give my enemy a chance. As Jiang Chen spoke, the dragon sword appeared in his hand and slashed at Nanbei Mu. The invincible sword qi enveloped Nanbei Mu in an instant. With Nanbei Mu's current condition, he couldn't withstand any attack from Jiang Chen. If he was hit by this sword head-on, there would be no doubt that Nanbei Mu would die. Bastard! Stop! Upon seeing this, Nanbei Yi flew into a rage. In his opinion, this Jiang Chen was simply a lunatic. In East Xuanyu, no one had ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family like this. He was an important genius. In the entire East Xuanyu, anyone who heard the name Nanbei family would give way. Jiang Chen was the first person who dared to go against the Nanbei family so directly. Nanbei Yi's killing intent soared to the sky. He wielded the sword in his hand, wanting to kill Jiang Chen and relieve Nanbei Mu of the crisis. Unfortunately, with Jiang Chen here, his wish was destined to fail. Nanbei Mu let out a blood-curdling screech. Just like the previous genius from Nanbei family, he had become a ghost under Jiang Chen's sword, leaving his life behind in this valley. Both Nanbei Mu and Jiang Chen probably wouldn't have dreamt that they would end up like this, nor did they think that they would never return. Their death was a loss to Nanbei family. As long as geniuses like them didn't die, they would become the mainstay of the family sooner or later. This was almost certain. A major power would need to spend a lot of resources to nurture a half-step immortal emperor genius. The death of Nanbei Mu and Jiang Chen was equivalent to a complete waste of these resources. Nanbei Yi's eyes spewed out flames like a primordial wild beast. It could be seen to what extent his anger had reached. Today, he was ordered by young Master Chao to bring 2 people to capture Jiang Chen. In the end, not only did he fail to capture Jiang Chen, but he also failed to find the Fire Qilin. He had lost 2 geniuses in vain. He really didn't know how to explain this to young Master Chao when he returned. He wasn't afraid of the rules and punishments of the family, but the thought of facing young Master Chao made him shudder. Even his soul was trembling. Nanbei Yi, you'd better not provoke me again. Otherwise you will end up the same way. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint sword, returned to his original appearance, and spoke to Nanbei Yi in an extremely cold tone. Nanbei Yi was about to spurt out blood. He had seen a lot of arrogant and conceited people. He himself was an arrogant person, but it was his first time seeing someone as arrogant and conceited as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it seems like you have no idea what you have done. Don't think that a mere king fan can protect you. You are too naive. I, Nanbei Yi, will remember today's score. No one has ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family, and no one has ever dared to offend young Master Chao. There will only be one ending for you. Death. Nanbei Yi left a harsh remark, then glared at Yang Bufan before vanishing in a flash. Although Nanbei Yi was infuriated, he was also a smart man. He didn't like to do so many useless things. He was very clear about today's situation. He knew that with Yang Bufan around, he would never be able to kill Jiang Chen. In that case, he could only wait for the next time. Jiang Chen didn't do anything about Nanbei Itu's departure. Naturally, Jiang Chen wanted to get rid of a genius like Nanbei Itu because such a genius was a potential great threat to him. However, Jiang Chen also understood that it was impossible for them to keep Nanbei Itu here given their current strength, not even with Yang Bufan's help. King Fan, it's all thanks to you today. Jiang Chen came to Yang Bufan's side and said. Yang Bufan's arrival at the critical moment had indeed helped him a lot. Otherwise, even if he could escape in the end, he wouldn't be able to kill the two geniuses of Nanbei family. Little Chenzi, what you did today was a little reckless. You didn't even tell me that Fu Kuei wanted to kill you. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. But you have completely offended Nanbei family. This family has a long history and a strong foundation. It's not easy to deal with them. Even our great Qian Empire isn't willing to provoke this terrifying family. Yang Bufan said. There wasn't too much blame in his words for Jiang Chen. Instead, his tone was filled with worry. Fu Kuei wasn't scary, but Nanbei family was. Although Nanbei Itu was powerful, he was just a genius of Nanbei family. It doesn't matter. My relationship with Nanbei family will be hostile sooner or later. I'm just showing this relationship in advance. By the way, King Fan, I have one more thing to ask for your help. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen didn't regret offending Nanbei family at all, because there was nothing to regret about it. Just say it. There's no need to be polite with me. Yang Bufan said. With a swing of his arm, Jiang Chen tore open the door of Zulong Tower. Two silhouettes walked out. They were Yen Donglu and his daughter. Yang Bufan looked over at Yen Qingqing. This wasn't the first time he saw her. Back when he was in Evil Abyss, he had seen her once in the City of Sin. Later on, he opened the passageway to Evil Abyss and let her out. Chapter 1535. King Fan, these are my two friends. They have suffered because of me this time. I hope that you can let them enter King Fan Prefecture to cultivate. Given Qingqing's potential, if she can cultivate here, her cultivation base will be able to rise very quickly. Jiang Chen spoke. According to his previous plan, he was going to send Yen Donglu and his daughter back. After all, it wasn't bad to be an overlord in Yen City. However, if they were to go back, Yen Qingqing's superior potential would be wasted. Yen City was too small and the cultivation resources were limited. She wouldn't be able to achieve much even if she cultivated there for the rest of her life. Now that Yang Bufan was here, it would be a waste if he didn't make use of it. No problem. It's just a small matter. Yang Bufan smiled. To him, it was just a small matter that could be solved with just a word. Greetings, evil lord. Yen Qingqing hastily saluted Yang Bufan. She had seen Yang Bufan before, the terrifying evil lord. He was the most powerful person she had ever seen in her life. She had never thought that she could meet him again. Moreover, it seemed like this young evil lord had already left Evil Abyss. Dad, this is the evil lord that I told you about. He's the one who controls the entire Evil Abyss. Yen Qingqing said to Yen Donglu. When she returned to Yen City, she had told her father about what happened in Evil Abyss. Naturally, this evil lord wasn't part of it. Greetings, evil lord. Yen Donglu didn't dare to show any neglect. To him, facing such a powerful figure was like facing a heavenly god. It was something that he couldn't even dream of. Naturally, he was trembling with fear. Qingqing, Uncle Yen, don't call him evil lord anymore. This is King Fan of Great Qian Empire. You two don't need to go back. I will arrange for you to stay in King Fan Prefecture. Cultivating here will be of great help to your cultivation base. Besides, Qingqing's talent is extraordinary. It's a waste for her to stay in a small place like Yen City. Jiang Chen said. I'll listen to Big Brother Jiang. Yen Qingqing nodded. This was her dream. Jiang Chen had an unshakable position in her heart. Cultivating in King Fan Prefecture meant getting closer to Jiang Chen. This was Yen Qingqing's wish. Yen Donglu took a deep breath. He had seen today's battle clearly. It was the most soul-stirring thing he had ever experienced in his life. At the same time, it also made him realize how big the world was. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yen City. Xuanyu was the place where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. One-line sky was nothing compared to Jiang Chen. A dragon among men like Jiang Chen would soar to the 9 heavens sooner or later. King Fan, young Master Jiang, thank you for saving my life today. I don't know how to repay your kindness. It's my Yen clan's blessing that my daughter could come here to cultivate. However, I'm already old and my talent is ordinary. It's better for me to return to Yen City. Therefore, I won't be going to King Fan Prefecture with you. Yen Donglu bowed to Jiang Chen and King Fan and spoke. No one didn't want to obtain more resources. No one didn't want to cultivate in a better place. However, Yen Donglu was well aware of his own situation. To him, staying in Yen City was more practical. He didn't have such a great ambition. Besides, he knew his own potential very well. Even if he was given more resources, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. More importantly, there were too many experts here. Even immortal kings weren't a threat to him. The pressure would be too great if he stayed here. Jiang Chen, Yang Bufan and Yen Qingqing expressed their understanding of Yen Donglio's refusal. After all, it wasn't an easy task to survive in this place. One would need to bear tremendous pressure. They couldn't possibly rely on Jiang Chen and King Fan for everything. Jiang Chen and King Fan had their own matters to attend to, so they couldn't put most of their attention on Yen Donglu. In that case, Uncle Yen, you can go back now. The grudge here has been settled. I believe no one will find trouble with you anymore. This is a king immortal weapon. Take it back with you. Jiang Chen casually took out a combat sword. It was a powerful king weapon and handed it over to Yen Donglu. King immortal weapon. Yen Donglio's facial expression changed slightly. A king immortal weapon might be nothing in East Xuanyu, but in Yen City, it was a heaven-defying treasure. It was hard to even see it, let alone obtain it. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from being able to wield a king immortal weapon, but even if he could only exert a trace of its power, it would be enough for him to dominate Yen City. Yen Donglu accepted the king immortal weapon without hesitation. He would never forget the great kindness that Jiang Chen had done for Yen City. Qingqing, you stay here and cultivate diligently. Yen Donglu looked at Yen Qingqing. He was naturally reluctant to leave her here, but with Jiang Chen here, he was at ease. Besides, he understood his daughter's thoughts. He also hoped to see his daughter soar to success one day. Jiang Chen was the man that Yen Qingqing admired. He didn't expect his daughter to catch up to Jiang Chen's footsteps, because it was impossible. He only hoped that his daughter could constantly improve herself. If she wanted to be Jiang Chen's woman, how could she be a mediocre woman? Don't worry, Daddy. Your daughter will definitely work hard. Yen Qingqing nodded her head. She had always been working very hard. The gap between her and Jiang Chen was her biggest motivation. All right. In that case, young Master Jiang, I'll take my leave. Yen Donglu clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and was about to leave. Hold on. Yang Bufan spoke. It's thousands of miles from here to Yen City. Given your cultivation base, you won't be able to fly back in half a year. Plus, if you encounter any danger on the way back, it will be fatal. Follow me back to King Fan Prefecture first. I'll ask Old Man Bai Wang to send you back. Yang Bufan's consideration was very thorough. After all, the reason why Yen Donglu and the others could come here was that Fu Kuei had brought them here. It was basically unrealistic for them to go back by themselves. Thank you, King Fan. Yen Qingqing expressed her gratitude. She wouldn't feel at ease if Yen Donglu were to go back like this. If he could be escorted by the experts of King Fan Prefecture, there was basically nothing to worry about. Subsequently, the group left the valley and headed towards King Fan Prefecture. After arriving at King Fan Prefecture, Yang Bufan asked Old Man Bai Wang to bring Yen Donglu and the other old man to Yen City. Chapter 1536. Nanbei Family. In the enclosed space where young Master Chao was, Nanbei Yitu stood there, trembling. He had already told young Master Chao everything that had happened in Fu City. He was now waiting for young Master Chao to deal with him. Young Master Chao's eyes were closed. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat without saying a word. Nanbei Yitu stood there quietly, not daring to move, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be punished. After he came back, he didn't go to the elders of Nanbei family, but went straight to young Master Chao. This made people suspect that young Master Chow's words were the law in Nanbei family. Young Master Chow's silence made Nanbei Itu sweat trickle down his forehead, but all he could do now was to wait, not daring to disturb young Master Chow's meditation. After a while, young Master Chow finally opened his eyes. His eyes fell on Nanbei Itu's body like a knife. Just a glance was enough to make Nanbei Itu's body tremble and his soul almost stopped. Trash. Young Master Chow spoke Lung Lung. An enormous wave of pressure spread out from young Master Chow's body. Nanbei Itu knelt on the ground as if he had seen the scariest thing in the world. It's my fault this time. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be such an abnormal being. Please punish me, young master. Nanbei Itu spoke hastily, not daring to defend himself. He knew that young Master Chow didn't like to listen to explanations. Young Master Chow only cared about the results and not the process. This scene was too shocking. One should know that young Master Chow was only an early immortal emperor like Nanbei Itu. Both of them were rare geniuses of Nanbei family. Logically speaking, they should have the same status and identity. Furthermore, geniuses like Nanbei Itu were prideful in their bones. Dignity was more important than anything else. It was difficult to make such a person lower his head, let alone kneel down. But now, Nanbei Itu was kneeling in front of young Master Chow, not even daring to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. You said that Jiang Chen was only an early immortal emperor, but he was able to kill Nanbei Mu and Nanbei Itu? Young Master Chow asked, showing great interest in Jiang Chen. Yes, that Jiang Chen is indeed only an early immortal king, but he has a powerful transformation skill that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. Plus, his means are incomparably powerful. Nanbei Itu said, not daring to hide anything. Jiang Chen? Young Master Chow narrowed his eyes. There weren't many geniuses in the entire immortal world that could interest him. He wouldn't pay attention to a puny immortal king for no reason. However, Jiang Chen had truly appeared in his line of sight. If what Nanbei Itu said was true, then this was an extremely terrifying character, a heaven-defying genius. Because even he wouldn't be able to kill someone that was so many levels higher than him. Young Master, I've already investigated. That Jiang Chen has a close relationship with King Fan of Great Qian Empire. This time, because of Yang Bufan's obstruction, we failed to take him down and even suffered such a great loss. That Jiang Chen has entered Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire and is highly regarded. Should we go to Great Qian Empire and ask for him to give them pressure? Nanbei Itu said. There's no need. The Golden Horizon is about to open. A genius like him will definitely enter it. At that time, killing him will be an incomparably simple matter. There's no need to make things difficult for the Great Qian Empire because of a puny ant. Young Master Chow said. Rest assured, young master. If he dares to go to the Golden Horizon, I will certainly kill him. Nanbei Itu gritted his teeth and said. As a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he had done many things that he was proud of. Today's incident could be said to be the shame of his life. Therefore, he must find a chance to wash away his shame. He must kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. All right, you can leave now. Young Master Chow waved his hand at Nanbei Itu. Yes, young master. Nanbei Itu felt as though he had been pardoned. He hastily left this spatial zone. The thought of young Master Chow's terror still made him shudder with fear. It was really fortunate for him to be able to walk out unscathed today. Meanwhile, in King Fan Prefecture of Great Qian Empire, Jiang Chen, Yang Bufan and a Huang dog had gathered together. King Fan, do you know that there's a young Master Chow in Nanbei family? Jiang Chen asked. He was very interested in the northern and southern dynasties. They were his old enemies. He would meet them sooner or later. From Nanbei Itu's words, it wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chow was a very important figure in Nanbei family and had a high status. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to know more about him. There's indeed such a person. He's very mysterious. He's called the Northern and Southern Dynasties. He rarely appears, but rumor has it that he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign. That's why he has a pivotal position in Nanbei family. Although I haven't seen this young Master Chow before, I'm sure that he's an incomparably terrifying figure, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. He knew something about the legend of this young Master Chow. The reincarnation of a great sovereign? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Obviously, he wasn't mentally prepared. If the northern and southern dynasties were really the reincarnation of a great sovereign, it would be terrifying. Such a powerful opponent had put too much pressure on Jiang Chen. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation base, he knew more and more about the terror of a mighty immortal sovereign. They were simply legendary existences. He had seen the means of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar, Venerable Wang Qing. They were already legendary existences, but a great sovereign was even higher than them, the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. It's just a legend. We still don't know whether it's true or not. Perhaps it's just a story that Nanbei family deliberately boasted in order to improve their foundation and deterrence in East Xuanyu, said Yang Bufan. After all, he had never seen this young Master Chao before. Therefore, he was very doubtful about this powerful figure, who was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen might doubt the authenticity of the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but they didn't, because they had dealt with the clones of the northern and southern dynasties before. For someone like the northern and southern dynasties, it was normal for something unbelievable to happen to him. Jiang Chen had never paid so much attention to an opponent. Along the way, many of his opponents and enemies had died. Jiang Chen couldn't even remember many of them, but if you asked Jiang Chen about the opponents he paid the most attention to, the answer would almost certainly be the northern and southern dynasties. King Fan, this man isn't someone to be trifled with. If you meet him in the future, you must be very careful. The northern and southern dynasties are full of ambition. With him in East Xuanyu will fall into chaos sooner or later. Chapter 1537. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just a genius. Plus, the 11 major forces in East Xuanyu are intricate and have always been in chaos. Nanbei family has boasted that young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but not many people have seen that young Master Chao. Even if he has come out, I don't think he'll be that powerful. Come, let's go back to Genius Prefecture. Is there anyone in this world that you, Jiang Chen, are afraid of? Yang Bufan patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Judging from the relaxed look on his face, Jiang Chen didn't put the northern and southern dynasties in his eyes at all. Nor did he understand what he meant when he said that East Xuanyu was going to be in chaos. Jiang Chen shook his head and didn't speak a word. After all, Yang Bufan hadn't dealt with the northern and southern dynasties, so it was reasonable for him to have such a thought. However, Jiang Chen couldn't have the same thought. He had to get ready to clash with the northern and southern dynasties at any time. To Jiang Chen, the most important thing at present was to work hard to improve his cultivation base. Only with formidable strength could he gain a foothold in the immortal world. Jiang Chen brought De Huang Dog back to his residence in Dan Prefecture. From the time he went out to the time he returned, it had only been half a day. Therefore, no one had guessed what he had done, because it didn't seem like he could do anything in half a day's time. However, it was in this half a day's time that Jiang Chen had done two sensational things. In the next 2 days, Genius Prefecture was calm and tranquil. Nothing major happened. Jiang Chen was very puzzled about this tranquility. He had killed Nanbei Mu and captured the Fire Qilin. According to Nanbei family's way of doing things, they should be furious. Even if they didn't directly come to Great Qian Empire to demand for Jiang Chen's release, they should at least send out a must-kill order. Who would have thought that there would be no news from the must-kill order after 2 days? Especially that Sir Chao. This situation made Jiang Chen feel suspicious. De Huang, don't you think it's abnormal for Nanbei family to be so quiet? Jiang Chen asked. It's indeed abnormal. Yang Bufan said that Nanbei family has a deep foundation and countless experts. The Fire Qilin is their sacred beast. They have been searching for a long time and finally found a clue. You have also killed one of their people. No matter which one it is, Nanbei family should have made their move. At least, they wouldn't be so quiet. This time, even I can't guess what's going on. De Huang Dog shook his head. Just like Jiang Chen, he was also very confused. Rumble. At this moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately looked towards the palace at the center of Dan Prefecture. They saw a pillar of light piercing through the palace and into the clouds. The thunder in the sky was stirred up by this pillar of light. The pillar of light was incomparably thick and divine to the extreme. It was reddish-gold in color, with complex patterns on its surface. Those were the talismans of the Great Tao, carrying a sense of superiority. Immediately after, a monstrous pressure spread out from the pillar of light. The pressure had almost condensed into a substance, like a vast ocean, covering every corner of Genius Prefecture. Under the pressure, everyone felt their soul trembling, and couldn't help but have the urge to worship it. Even Jiang Chen felt unnatural under such pressure, because it was a pressure that surpassed the immortal emperor realm. What a powerful pressure in qi! It's Dongfang Yu. He has advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He immediately guessed the source of this pressure. In the entire Genius Prefecture, apart from Dongfang Yu, there was no one else who could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm at this time. Jiang Chen knew that Dongfang Yu had come to him not long ago for the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, which was why he could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This situation was completely within Jiang Chen's expectation. Dongfang Yu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the venerable realm. He only needed an opportunity to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, and the Holy Flame Emperor Pill was that opportunity. In other words, the emergence of Jiang Chen was Dongfang Yu's greatest opportunity and luck, because if it wasn't for the emergence of Jiang Chen, no one in the entire Dan Prefecture would be able to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor Pill. Without the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, it was almost impossible for Dongfang Yu to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so easily. So. Powerful silhouettes rushed out, looking at the pillar of light. Look, what a powerful qi. That's the qi of an immortal venerable. Half-step immortal venerable. It's Master Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu has finally broken through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Master Dongfang has been stuck at the peak of immortal emperor realm for quite a long time. Today, he has finally made the breakthrough. Our Genius Prefecture has one more powerful expert. This is a great event. The commotion it caused is much greater than King Fan's advancement to the immortal emperor realm. I suppose it won't take long for Master of Prefecture, and even the emperor to be alarmed. No one wasn't shocked. The emergence of a peerless half-step venerable in Genius Prefecture was a matter worthy of celebration. It could be said to be earth-shattering. It was normal for it to even alarm the emperor of the empire. More and more people were alarmed. Everyone wanted to see what kind of scene it would be like to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, because this realm was the dream of almost everyone. It was also the goal of everyone. It was a kind of experience for them to be able to witness such a scene with their own eyes. Haha, good. Dongfang Yu has finally made the breakthrough. A hearty laughter resounded in the sky. Yang Zanqing stood in the wind. His body was illusory and illusory. This mysterious and powerful master of prefecture rarely appeared in front of people, because there were very few major events that could make this great immortal appear. Today, however, Dongfang Yu's advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm was a major event. As the master of prefecture, he couldn't sit still any longer. Hung Long. Dongfang Yu's qi was getting stronger and stronger. He was rushing towards the last step and was about to succeed. After that, he would become a true half-step immortal venerable. At that time, the whole empire would surely celebrate. Yang Bufan appeared beside Jiang Chen. As the young king of Great Qian Empire, he had the right to enter any place in Genius Prefecture, including Dan Prefecture. Awesome! I wonder when we will be able to reach this step. Yang Bufan raised his head and looked at the soaring wave of qi in the sky. It was like a true dragon swaying in the sky, piercing through the sky and stirring the clouds. His eyes were blazing and full of longing. Don't worry. You and I will reach this step sooner or later. I believe it won't be too long. Besides, our goal is far from just this step. Jiang Chen said. His goal was far from just reaching the half-step venerable realm. He had seen the scariness of the old liar Xiao Wangqing and the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even that level wasn't Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Compared to a great sovereign, it was nothing. Chapter 1538. Yang Bufan's expression brightened. He couldn't help but reveal a sense of pride. Jiang Chen was right. Their goal was far from this. They would reach this realm sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. The people of Dan Prefecture came out. Seeing Dongfang Yu successfully breaking through to the half-step immortal venerable realm, everyone felt incomparably happy. As the master of Dan Prefecture, Dong Fongyu's prestige was naturally very high. There was no one in the entire prefecture who didn't admire him. In other words, in the hearts of the elders and disciples of Dan Prefecture, Dong Fongyu's position was even higher than Yang Zonqing's. The day that Master has been waiting for has finally come. I have no idea how much effort he has put in for this day. That's right. I'm really happy for him. I hope that after Master becomes a half-step immortal venerable, he will be able to achieve the next goal as soon as possible and become a true immortal venerable. In that case, the foundation of Great Qian Empire will be even stronger. It won't be easy. It seems like there's only a step between half-step immortal venerable and true venerable, but in fact, it's thousands of miles apart. This step is very difficult to take, but we believe that Master can do it. The people of the Pill Palace were extremely excited, especially some of the elders in the Pill Palace. They all knew Dong Fengyu very well. They knew how much effort Dong Fengyu had put in to achieve what he had today. Moreover, Dong Fengyu's achievements today were great news for the Pill Palace. Not long after Yang Zonqing appeared, the void above Genius Prefecture trembled all of a sudden. A total of 5 silhouettes appeared at the same time. The one in the lead was wearing a dragon robe. His facial expression was sharp and dignified. He had a dragon crown on his head. Every movement he made exuded the chi of a superior, making people feel awe. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Just by standing there, even the heavens seemed to be revolving around him. What was even more shocking was the cultivation base of this middle-aged man. The pressure that he radiated was far stronger than Yang Zonqing and Dong Fengyu. He was a truly powerful immortal venerable. Beside him was an old man. This old man was dressed in plain clothes. He looked old and frail, but his eyes were very bright. A single glance from him could penetrate the void. The chi that he radiated was the same as the middle-aged man. Apparently, he was also a powerful immortal venerable expert. The cultivation base of the other 3 was equally strong. Each of them was an expert among experts. Their bodies were emitting a trace of venerable chi. Just like Yang Zonqing, they were all half-step immortal venerables. The sudden appearance of these 5 people immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Zonqing was the first to fly over and bowed deeply to the middle-aged man in the dragon robe. Your Majesty, Imperial Father is here. Yang Bufan didn't dare to be negligent. With a leap, he flew into the sky. Along with him were the Crown Prince, King Ping, some other princes, and some higher-ups of Genius Prefecture. All of them had seen the Emperor before. How would they dare to be negligent now that the Emperor had arrived in person? Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed to the middle-aged man at the same time. The scene was incomparably spectacular. This was the prestige of an emperor. Countless eyes below fell upon the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. For many of them, this was the first time they saw the Emperor. The Emperor had a noble status. He wouldn't usually show himself. Wanting to see the Emperor was harder than ascending to the heavens. Today, Dong Fengyu's advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm had attracted the Emperor's attention. It's the Emperor. So he's the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. Sure enough, he looks mighty and extraordinary. He's a true immortal venerable. Sure enough, his casual expression and gaze can make people's soul tremble. This is too terrifying. This is my first time seeing the Emperor, a supreme figure of Great Qian Empire. I didn't expect him to be so mighty. Look, that old man is also an immortal venerable. The other 3 are also half-step immortal venerables. There are already 5 of them here. I didn't expect our Great Qian Empire to have such a profound foundation. No wonder it's one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu. No one wasn't shocked. All eyes that were looking at the Emperor were full of fanaticism and worship. To an empire, the Emperor was a godlike existence. No one wouldn't be nervous in the face of their god. The appearance of the Emperor of Great Qian Empire had directly stolen the limelight of Dong Fengyu, but the fact that the Emperor could appear in person also made everyone in Genius Prefecture feel incomparably gratified, because this showed how much importance the Emperor attached to Dong Fengyu. Don't disturb Dong Fengyu's advancement. The Emperor waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down and not to affect Dong Fengyu because of his appearance. This was the most important thing. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the 5 people, especially the Emperor. Based on this alone, he could basically see the true foundation of Great Qian Empire. Compared to Eastern Xuanyu, Great Qian Empire was still incomparably strong, but it was also because he knew the foundation of Great Qian Empire that Jiang Chen began to feel worried. Are you worried about the heaven-devouring devil ape? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask when he saw Jiang Chen's knitted brows. He knew Jiang Chen the best. He could tell what was on Jiang Chen's mind from every expression of Jiang Chen's. That's right. The foundation of Great Qian Empire isn't weak, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, it's still too far away. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks out of Senior Yang Juanlong's imprisonment one day, it will be an unimaginable disaster for Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen said. He had seen the power of the heaven-devouring devil ape, an existence that was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm, an existence that could fight against Xiao Wangqing. Once released, the heaven-devouring devil ape could destroy the entire empire with a flick of his finger. That would be a true disaster. 10 minutes later, the qi released by Dongfang Yu gradually disappeared. The sky above Dan Prefecture began to restore its calmness. This also indicated that Dongfang Yu had successfully advanced and become a true half-step immortal venerable, an expert like Yang Zanqing. The void above the palace trembled. A silhouette gradually emerged. It was an old man in alchemy robe. Who else could it be if he wasn't Dongfang Yu? The current Dongfang Yu didn't look any different from before, but if one took a closer look, they would find that he was in high spirits as though he had been reborn. As soon as Dongfang Yu appeared, he immediately noticed the abnormality. When he saw the emperor, his facial expression changed dramatically. Immediately, he came to the emperor's side and bowed. Long live your majesty. I didn't expect that my movement would attract your majesty. I'm really ashamed. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.